Chapter 40-34. The challenges were still ongoing. Following that, until the end of the day, many people discovered that of the 30 seeded contestants, regardless of whether they had displayed great strength or not, none of them had been defeated. On the contrary, all the challengers had been defeated without exception. On the Chunyang School's side, although Yi Chitsai was the only strong contestant, Yoon Yewei and a few others who were as famous as Yi Chitsai had solemn expressions on their faces. At this moment, they all felt that there was a reason why they had not been selected as seeded contestants. None of the seeded contestants selected by the mysterious Jade Mansion were weak. After the day ended, everyone returned to rest. They waited for the next day to arrive. After Duan Lingtian returned, he cultivated quietly as usual. He would go over the next day and see if anyone wanted to challenge him. If no one wanted to challenge him, he would continue to watch the show. If someone wanted to challenge him, he would make a move. As for the pressure, not for the time being. The mysterious Jade Mansion has done a good job in gathering information. Not only were the famous young geniuses selected as seeded contestants in the past, but they also found out about those who had hidden themselves and only appeared before the 7 Prefectures banquet. Tuoba Xiu, the young genius of the Yuan clan from the Netherworld Mansion, and Wang Xiong from the Hanshan Mansion from the Daming Mansion, were the hidden geniuses of the 2 major powers. In the past, no one had heard of them. They had only appeared before the 7 Prefectures banquet. Moreover, they had made a name for themselves in today's 7 Prefectures banquet. I wonder if anyone will succeed in their challenge tomorrow. If not, the first round of the 7 Prefectures banquet ranking battle is obviously just a warm-up for the seeded contestants. Moreover, I reckon many of the seeded contestants won't even get a chance to warm up. The next day, Duan Lingtian followed the Chunyang School's team to the 7 Prefectures banquet once again. The first round of the ranking battle continued. The young genius who had obtained a serial number token and was ranked behind the last contestant from yesterday went up to challenge the others. As for this person, after entering the arena, unexpectedly, he looked at the autumn leaves gate of Tianchen Manor and locked onto one of them. With a clear voice, he said, "Brother Luo Yuan, let's fight. Although I know that I am not your opponent, I still want to see your strength." This young Heaven's Pride who issued the challenge was from the same faction as Wang Xiong, who had defeated Genius Yi yesterday. He was also one of the few well-known Heaven's Prides from the Cold Mountain residents. He is actually challenging Luo Yuan? Although Luo Yuan has yet to display his strength, since Tuoba Xiu, who is as famous as him, is already so strong, Luo Yuan should not be weak. I originally thought that no one would challenge Luo Yuan. Unexpectedly, on the very next day, someone actually did. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian was surprised. Was the genius of the Hanshan residents really doing this just to test Luo Yuan's strength? Or was it to scout for Wang Xiong? Although Wang Xiong took a long time to defeat Yi Yingcai yesterday and his performance was not amazing enough, his defense was enough to put him in an invincible position. He might even be able to put up a fight against Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan. Duan Lingtian followed the gazes of the crowd and looked toward the autumn leaf gate of the Tianchen residence. On the other side, a young man that wore a dark green robe, had a cold expression, and was obviously reserved in speech and manner, and stepped into the sky with a cold expression and stood in confrontation with the young man. "If there are no problems, let's begin." Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the 7 residences banquet, spoke up. The instant Lin Donglai finished speaking, the genius of the Hanshan residents made his move. The moment he made his move, he activated the high-grade divine saber in his hand and unleashed a thunderous attack. As for Luo Yuan, in the face of the thunderous attack, he casually took out a 2-meter-long hammer. This was especially true for the hammerhead, which was the size of a small mountain. It did not match Luo Yuan's skinny body at all. However, before the crowd could even take a look at the divine weapon in Luo Yuan's hand, Luo Yuan had already waved the hammer in his hand. Condensed divine power and the power of laws roared on the hammer. Luo Yuan did not specialize in any of the 4 supreme laws, nor did he specialize in the 5 elemental laws. Similar to Tuoba Xiu, who specialized in the 5 elemental laws, Luo Yuan also specialized in the 5 elemental laws. However, He did not specialize in the law of ice, but in the law of lightning. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Yuan made his move and clashed head-on with the genius of the Hanshan residents who had made the first move. A deafening explosion resounded as a terrifying shockwave spread out. However, before the shockwave could reach the crowd, Lin Donglai raised his hand and extinguished it. As an Emperor God expert, it was easy for Lin Donglai to deal with such a situation. However, at this moment, Lin Donglai's gaze was fixed on Luo Yuan. His eyes were filled with shock, as he had not expected Luo Yuan to be so strong. In the next instant, the crowd saw that Luo Yuan's body did not move at all. In the end, he was as still as a mountain. On the other hand, the genius of the Hanshan residents was sent flying. Not only was his attack destroyed, but his divine saber was also knocked out of his hand. Both his arms were broken, and he coughed up blood. His aura weakened. This was all thanks to Lin Donglai's timely intervention. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot with that strike just now. I didn't disappoint you, did I? Luo Yuan calmly asked as he glanced at the heavens prides of the cold mountain residents, who had barely managed to stop themselves in the distance and were on the verge of collapsing. When the genius of the Hanshan residents heard this, a bitter expression appeared on his pale face. I was too arrogant. I am sincerely convinced of Brother Luo's strength. Worthy of being a genius aiming for the top 3 of the 7 residences banquet. The genius of the Hanshan residents coughed up another mouthful of blood before retreating dejectedly. Elder Lin, thank you for saving my life. I will give up on the remaining 2 challenges. He had no choice but to give up. His injuries were too severe. If he did not return to recuperate, continuing to fight would only worsen his injuries. At that time, he might even be kicked out of the top 100. So strong. Too scary. This Luo Yuan seems to be even stronger than Tuo Xiu. As Luo Yuan turned around and left, an uproar broke out. This was especially true for the young geniuses, who were all astonished. After seeing Tuo Xiu make her move, they knew that Luo Yuan was not weak. After all, just like how Tuo Xiu had been nurtured by the Netherworld residents, Luo Yuan had also been nurtured by the Heavenly Star residents. However, although they had guessed that Luo Yuan would not be weak, his earlier attack had still shocked them. Luo Yuan's attack was different from Tuo Xiu's. Tuo Xiu had frozen her opponent. Luo Yuan, on the other hand, had crushed his opponent in a head-on clash. This was even more shocking. As such, some people were now saying that Luo Yuan was stronger than Tuo Xiu. Of course, this was only the opinion of some people. However, the majority of the young geniuses felt that even if Tuo Xiu's earlier attack had not been strong enough, it could not be said that she was weaker than Luo Yuan. This was unless the 2 of them fought and a victor was decided. Otherwise, they would not dare to say that Tuo Xiu was definitely weaker than Luo Yuan. I am truly curious which of the 2 of them is stronger. Duan Lingtian's expression turned somewhat solemn. The strength Luo Yuan had just displayed was also stronger than Mo Chi Hong, who had been defeated by him back in the 7 Kills Valley. When he thought of Mo Chi Hong, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at the Mo Chi clan. He saw that Mo Chi Hong had a solemn expression on his face. Evidently, he was feeling quite pressured as well. Luo Yuan is very strong. Beside Yi Chenfeng and Zhen Pingfan, Liu Fenggu sighed. It seems like the Heavenly Star residence has put in a lot of effort for this 7 mansions banquet. The Netherworld residence is not bad either. Zhen Pingfan smiled. At the same time, he glanced at the people from the other prefectures. In this 7 prefectures banquet, if one of them really makes it into the top 3, then perhaps, in the next 7 prefectures banquet, it won't be just one of them who has poured all their resources into cultivating one person. Are you saying that the other mansions will follow suit? Liu Fenggu asked. Yes. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Although the other mansions have no less than 4 powers, if they put in all their effort to nurture 2 such geniuses, even if they don't aim to enter the top 3, they should still be able to enter the top 10, right? 1 top 10, 2 spots. 2 top 10, that's 4 spot. That's 1 more spot than 1 top 3. In the 7 mansions banquet, apart from the first place winner, who would be able to obtain 4 spots to enter the sacred grounds, the second and third place winners would each be able to obtain 3 spots to enter the sacred grounds. The top 3 would be able to obtain at least 3 spots. I don't think so. Liu Fenggu shook his head and said, this method involves too many things. Moreover, some powers will definitely be confident in their disciples and will not participate. One less power won't be a big deal. Zhen Pingfan smiled faintly. Take our Tunglung province for example. If someone suggests this and our Chunyang school is unwilling to participate, why can't the other powers work together to fulfill this suggestion? Zhen Pingfan and Liu Fenggu's conversation was not through telepathy. Therefore, even Duan Lingtian and the others could hear it clearly. Many people's expressions turned solemn. It would be fine if Chunyang school did not agree to this. However, if they did, it would implicate their interests. After all, there were only so many resources in the sect. In particular, top-tier resources were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Now, they still had a chance to compete. However, if Chunyang school were to participate and use all its power to nurture 1 or 2 geniuses, they would not even have a chance to compete for those top-tier resources. This was not a good thing for them. Of course. Duan Lingtian did not think much of it. After all, this did not affect him much. He did not know how long he would stay in Chunyang school after the 7 Mansions banquet. Perhaps, it would not be long before he left. On this day and the following days, none of the 72 prodigies who went on stage succeeded. The 30-seeded contestants were like 30 insurmountable mountains, making people shrink back at the sight of them. Chapter 40-35. The final stage of the 7 prefectures grand banquet was the ranking battle. The first stage of the ranking battle was to challenge the seeded contestants. The 30-seeded contestants would be challenged by other contestants. In the 7 prefectures grand banquet this time, the mysterious Jade Mansion had a vicious eye. None of the 30-seeded contestants were defeated and replaced. At this point, the first stage of the ranking battle was over. During this process, Duan Lingtian, Mo Chi Hong, and the other young prodigies who were famous in the other prefectures were not challenged by other contestants. This was because not only were they very famous, but they had also displayed amazing strength. We're about to enter the second stage of the ranking battle. In the second stage of the ranking battle, the remaining 72 contestants will be ranked from the 30th to the 100th place. The 2 weakest contestants will be kicked out of the top 100. On the day of the end of the first stage, Duan Lingtian heard many people's voices as he was leaving. The second stage had nothing to do with him, Mo Chi Hong, Yang Chenye, and the other seeded contestants. They only needed to prove themselves in the third stage, which was the last stage. Yang Chenye, Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Chenye a few more times as he was leaving with the rest of the Chunyang school. He had to admit that Yang Chenye's performance was beyond his expectations. As expected of someone who had entered the strongest divine abode. Although Yang Chenye had been challenged by 2 contestants in the past 2 days, he had defeated his opponents. It took him some time to defeat his first opponent. However, in his second opponent, he once again displayed even greater strength. He directly defeated his opponent within 3 moves, allowing everyone to completely witness his strength. At that time, even Yi Yingcai and the other young prodigies of the Chunyang school were ashamed of their inferiority when they faced Yang Chenye's strength. Elder Yuan, the disciples of your sect are truly unexpected. At this time, several Chunyang school elders next to Yang Chenye's master, Yuan Hanjin, sighed. I've never heard of him being so monstrous in the past. That's right, Elder Yuan. Another elder sighed. This disciple of yours has hidden his strength too well. And for you to be able to find him, you are really amazing. Elder Yuan, I'm really envious that you have such a disciple. Now, Yuan Hanjin had become the focus of many people's attention, especially a group of Chunyang school elders, who could not hide their envy. As for Yuan Hanjin himself, although he was humble on the surface, there was still a hint of pride in the depths of his eyes. This disciple of Yang Chenye had indeed given him a lot of face. However, they may not know that this is not my disciple's true strength. If this disciple of mine shows his true strength, he might be able to enter the top 10. If he can get into the top 10, he will win 2 more places for Chunyang School. These were the thoughts in Yuan Hanjin's mind. When he thought of this, his heart burned with passion. If Yang Chenye could get 2 spots, then one of them would definitely go to his father. If he couldn't obtain it, then even if Duan Lingtian entered the top 3, his father would still have no chance. Unless Duan Lingtian entered the first place, then his father would still have a chance. Before his father, Yi Chenfeng, Liu Fenggu, and Jin Yunfeng, the ancestor of the Yunfeng branch, had priority. It was needless to say that Yi Chenfeng and Liu Fenggu were superior to his father in terms of status and strength in Chunyang School. Jin Yunfeng was also slightly stronger than his father. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was from Jin Yunfeng's branch. If he entered the top 3 and Jin Yunfeng got a spot, no one would say anything, and no one could say anything. At this moment, the group of Chunyang School elders surrounding Yuan Hanjin praised him, but from their words, no one thought that Yang Chenye could enter the top 10. In their opinion, it would be good enough if Yang Chenye could stay in the top 30. If he could go one step further and enter the top 20, Ping Sheng's branch would be in the limelight this time. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian received Yi Chunfeng's voice transmission. The young prodigies that appeared this time also exceeded our expectations. In short, there are many uncertainties in this 7 prefectures banquet. In the past, we all thought that you would have no problem entering the top 3. With your strength, you would definitely have been able to enter the top 3 during the previous 7 prefectures banquet. As for us, we have always thought that this 7 prefectures banquet would be as difficult as the previous one. However, we did not expect that some powers and some prefectures would actually think of a way to nurture young prodigies with the resources of their prefectures. Originally, I did not think much of it. Even so, if there were no prodigies with monstrous talent, no amount of resources would be of any use. However, today, Tuoba Xiu from Netherworld Prefecture and Luo Yuan from Tianchen Prefecture made their moves. This completely exceeded my expectations. With their strength, they would have been able to compete for first place 10,000 years ago. There's also Lin Yuan from Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. He can be considered as external help invited by the Flame Howl sect. Although his strength is not too exaggerated, I have a feeling that he's not weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Luo Yuan. As for Mo Luo Duo, the publicly acknowledged number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect, he shouldn't be a match for you. You don't have to worry too much about him. Apart from them, there are 2 more people you need to pay attention to. They are Han Di from the Heaven's Equal sect of the Spirit Rhino Mansion and Yuan Mo Yu from the Heaven's Howl sect of the Qing province. These 5 people are definitely not weaker than Mo Chi Hong, who is obviously stronger now. Mo Chi Hong, don't be careless. Although you defeated him previously, that was because he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base and underestimated you. This time, if you face him, you'll have to deal with him differently. Apart from reminding Duan Lingtian to be careful, Yi Chenfeng also told Duan Lingtian about the few people he felt were stronger this time. These people were likely to be in the top 3. Previously, he felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely be in the top 3. However, there were too many surprises this time. Not only did the Netherworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion have 2 prodigies, but the Spirit Rhino Mansion also had a prodigy. Furthermore, the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect had specially invited an external aid. As for the neighboring Heaven's Howl sect of the Qing province, they also had an extremely strong prodigy. Their strength was also beyond Yi Chunfeng's expectations. Upon hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Duan Lingtian was not too surprised. This was because what Yi Chenfeng said was more or less what he had expected. Among the 30 seeded contestants in the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet this time, regardless of whether they had concealed their strength or not, he valued 6 of them the most. Han Di from the Heaven's Equal sect of the Spirit Rhino Mansion. Yuan Mo Yu from the Heaven's Howl sect of the Qing province. Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Netherworld Mansion. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Mansion. Lin Yuan from the Flame Howl sect of the Profound Jade Mansion. There was also his old rival, Mo Chi Hong from the Mo Chi clan. Although Mo Chi Hong had taunted him through voice transmission before the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet, he had only responded coldly. However, the strength that Mo Chi-hong displayed later still surprised him. Of course, when compared to the other 5, he felt that Mo Chi-hong could only be considered to be relatively weak. Even if Mo Chi-hong's strength was stronger than the last time he was defeated by Yi Chenfeng. Don't feel pressured. Yi Chunfeng's voice continued to sound. From the beginning, the sect only wanted you to be in the top 10 of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. It was only after you defeated Mo Chi-hong that they felt you could be in the top 3. This time, even if you can't be in the top 3, it's not a big deal. It's good enough if you can stay in the top 10. 2 spots in the top 10 are already in the bag. It's enough for the sect. Yi Chenfeng paused for a moment before he continued. This time, many people think I'll be in the top 10. In the beginning, I thought so as well. However, ever since I obtained the complete soul high-grade divine sword, I've seen the path to becoming a higher god emperor. I don't think I need this opportunity to become a higher god emperor. In fact, if I enter the top 10, it might even interfere with my path. You don't have to think that if there are only 2 spots, senior brother Yunfeng won't have a chance. Even if there are only 2 spots, one of them will definitely be his. Yi Chenfeng said these words because he was worried Duan Lingtian would be under too much pressure. Zhen Yunfeng was the old ancestor of Yun Peak while Duan Lingtian was from Yun Peak. It was normal for him to feel pressured if he could not obtain an opportunity for Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Yi Chunfeng's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He did not pay much attention to other things. What he cared about was Yi Chunfeng's words about seeing the path to becoming a higher god emperor. As far as he knew, the path to becoming a higher god emperor was difficult because it was very difficult for a middle god emperor to see the path to becoming a higher god emperor. This was partly because of one's talent in comprehension and partly because of luck. However, if one's talent in comprehension was top-notch, there was still hope to see the path forward. Right now, Yi Chenfeng had obviously achieved this. Congratulations, Elder Yi. When Duan Lingtian came back to his senses, he repeatedly congratulated Yi Chenfeng. You should keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell anyone else. I haven't even told Zhen Pingfan yet. Later, when you kill your way into the top 30 and obtain a spot, I'll give him and senior brother Yunfeng a surprise. Yi Chenfeng continued to transmit his voice. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he suddenly smiled. Understood. I won't tell Elder Zhen. These few days, rest well. Don't feel too much pressure. When the time comes, after watching the ranking battles of the 70 people, it will be your turn. It's fine if you don't want to go these few days. When it's your turn, I'll call you. Yi Chenfeng said. No need. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. I still want to go and take a look. With my current cultivation, it's hard for me to improve in a short period of time. Watching them fight may give me some insights. Chapter 4036. That's naturally for the best. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chenfeng's eyes couldn't help but flash with admiration. At the same time, he also felt that Duan Lingtian was definitely not a fluke to have such strength at such a young age. Ordinary Heaven's Pride experts were usually proud and arrogant. They felt that those weaker than them wouldn't be of any help to them, nor would they admit that they could help them. But Duan Lingtian didn't think so. Not only did he not think so, but he also openly said that he might be able to find some inspiration from those weaker than him. In fact, being strong didn't mean that you were strong in every aspect. Those weaker than you weren't weaker than you in every aspect. It could only be said that their overall strength wasn't as good as yours. Some aspects of them were still worth learning. Duan Lingtian. Shortly after ending the voice transmission with Duan Lingtian, the group returned to the temporary residence arranged by Profound Jade Manor. Zhen Pingfan, however, didn't rush to go back. Instead, he followed Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian's residence. Elder Zhen, is there something you need? Seeing Zhen Pingfan following them, Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. But in fact, he had already guessed why Zhen Pingfan followed them. He most likely wanted to say what Yi Chenfeng told him before. And Zhen Pingfan's next words also confirmed his guess. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan wasn't as unruly as he usually was, and his expression was solemn. Based on his words, he was advising Duan Lingtian not to feel too much pressure and not necessarily aim for the top 3. If not, it would be good to keep a top 10. Elder Zhen, I know what to do. You can rest assured. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, all in all, I won't be reckless. At least, I'll bring back a top 10 for Chunyang School. Yeah. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan was relieved. With his understanding of Duan Lingtian, since Duan Lingtian said so, he definitely wasn't talking nonsense. Previously, he was indeed worried that Duan Lingtian would fight to the death for the top 3 because of the pressure. If he was injured because of this, it was very likely that it would affect Duan Lingtian's fight for the top 10. In the last 7 prefectures banquet, there was a person who was stronger than him and had a chance to enter the top 10. But because he was obsessed with fighting for the top 3, he was seriously injured and couldn't recover in a short time. In the end, not only he was kicked out of the top 10, he was also defeated by him because of a moment's carelessness. He was ranked behind him. If he had been at his peak, he would have been able to defeat him within 10 moves. But that time, he was defeated by him. He didn't want Duan Lingtian to follow in that person's footsteps. It was precisely because of this that Zhen Pingfan didn't forget to tell Duan Lingtian about the past through voice transmission before he left, reminding Duan Lingtian not to be careless and not to act rashly. Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless about this. Am I that unreliable? I already told you that I won't act rashly, and you nodded to show that you believe me. But why did you bring this up when you were leaving? Are you afraid that I'll lose my mind? After Zhen Pingfan left, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and sat on his bed, thinking about the moves of the few outstanding geniuses in the past few days. Although they showed their strength, if that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for me to defeat them with my current strength. But, who can be sure that they don't have any hidden strength that they haven't revealed yet? That Mo Chi Hong seemed crazy when he attacked, but did he really lose his mind? He also didn't show his full strength. As for the others, Duan Lingtian wasn't too sure, nor did he understand them. However, as someone who had lost to him in the past, he couldn't be more clear about Mo Chi Hong. In the past, when Mo Chi Hong hadn't consolidated his cultivation as a high divine emperor, the strength he could show wasn't any weaker than when he attacked in anger at the 7 prefectures feast a few days ago. The current Mo Chi Hong couldn't possibly retreat. What a joke! He was already so strong before he consolidated his cultivation as a high divine emperor. Now that he had consolidated his cultivation, how could he be weaker? In the 7 prefectures feast, half-soul high-grade divine artifacts are not allowed, and full-soul high-grade divine artifacts are also not allowed. Originally, the rule of the 7 prefectures feast was that half-soul high-grade divine artifacts were not allowed, but full-soul high-grade divine artifacts were not allowed. And this was also because before Yi Chunfeng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact was made public, the 7 prefectures didn't have a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. Perhaps, there had always been one. Some people suspected that some forces had one, but because it wasn't made public, it was more of a guess. However, Yi Chunfeng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact was witnessed by others. The 7 prefectures feast added such a rule at the last minute because they were worried that the Chunyang school would act shamelessly and let others use Yi Chunfeng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact. If others used it, it wouldn't be much of a threat. However, if Duan Lingtian used it, it would be a different concept. Duan Lingtian's strength was considered to be in the top echelon of the 7 prefectures feast this time. If he was given a full-soul high-grade divine artifact, who could be his opponent? Moreover, he had comprehended the Sword Dao. Not the embryonic form of the Sword Dao, but the true Sword Dao. The Sword Dao that Yi Chenfeng had mastered. The Sword Dao combined with a full-soul high-grade divine artifact, the strength displayed was definitely not as simple as 1+1. They're quite cautious. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, he was organizing his thoughts, thinking about how to best fight those people if he were to face them. There would be a certain degree of difficulty if he wanted to completely crush them with his strength. After all, the other party was a high-level god emperor, and the profundities that they had mastered were not weaker than his. In fact, they were even slightly stronger than his. In addition, the other party had the power of bloodline. So far, those people had not displayed the power of bloodline. Although Duan Lingtian had taken the power of bloodline into account when judging their strength, and he felt that their power of bloodline would not be weak, however, before they displayed the power of bloodline, who could be sure that their power of bloodline would not be stronger than what he had estimated? I can't be careless. I definitely can't be careless. If there's a chance, it's best to defeat them in the shortest time possible. Completely defeat them before they gather their strength, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The second segment of the final stage of the 7 Prefectures Feast, the ranking battle, had also arrived. In this segment, Duan Lingtian and the other 30 seeded contestants were all acting as spectators. However, after a few Chunyang School disciples beside him opened their mouths, Duan Lingtian discovered that some of the seeded contestants were not present. Of the 30 seeded contestants in Duan Lingtian's eyes, 3 of the strongest 6 were not present. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf School of the Heavenly Stellar Mansion, Lin Yuan from the Flame Howling School of the Profound Jade Mansion, and Morchi Hong from the Morchi family of the Tung Lung province were not present. It was obvious that they were preparing for the final segment of the ranking battle that would be held a month later, the battle for the top 30. That's right. This time, the second segment of the ranking battle would last for an entire half a month. Moreover, this was only an estimate. The actual time spent might be even longer. This was because the 72 contestants would have to fight against each other. Only in this way would everyone be convinced when the final ranking was announced. In the end, the second segment of the ranking battle between the 31st to 100th place of the 72 contestants of the 7 Prefectures Feast, lasted for an entire 19 days. It was 4 days longer than the estimated time. The 19 days were completely over. Among the various prefectures and major forces, there were those who were disappointed and those who were happy. On the side of Chunyang School, the rankings of Yi Ingcai, Yun Yewei, and the others had also been released. Yi Ingcai, 36th place. Yun Yewei, 42nd place. Lan Shalin, ranked last, but at least he had made it into the top 100. He was ranked 98th. Lan Shalin was not the only one who was happy about this. Even his great-grandfather, the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Lan Zhangming, was grinning from ear to ear. In fact, in Lan Zhangming's expectations, Lan Shalin would not be able to make it into the top 100. He would not even be able to make it into the ambitious group. It was Lan Shalin's good luck that he was able to make it into the ambitious group. And now, it was also Lan Shalin's good luck that he made it into the top 100. This was because a few of them were more seriously injured. If they were at their peak, they might be stronger than Lan Shalin, but now they were somewhat inferior. Of course, Lan Shalin was not the only one who was lucky. There were a few others as well. Again, luck was also a part of one's strength. Therefore, although the fact that Lan Shalin and the others had made it into the top 100 made many people's jaws drop, no one questioned them. No matter what, they were only at the bottom of the top 100. Although they could receive some rewards, the lower the ranking, the worse the rewards would be. Of course, if Lan Shalin and the others had made it into the top 30, there would definitely be a group of people who would question them. But now, no one said anything. Everyone. Right now, it was still noon. The second segment of the ranking tournament had finally come to an end after nearly 20 days. Flame Howl Sect's elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of hosting the 7 Prefectures Feast this time, announced loudly, in 11 days, it will be the final segment of the ranking tournament, the battle for the top 30. And that will also be the final segment of the 7 Prefectures Feast this time. In these 11 days, I hope that everyone will not wander around. If not for some unpleasant things happening, don't blame us, the mysterious Jade Mansion, for disqualifying some people from the ranking. When Lin Donglai said this, his eyes were filled with a few people's fierceness. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard this, they were a little puzzled. It was only when an elder from Chunyang School spoke up and cleared their doubts that they understood the reason. It turned out that in the past 7 Prefectures Feast, there had been some powerhouses from one of the prefectures who had attacked the prodigies of other prefectures before the final segment of the 7 Prefectures Feast began. Although they did not attack directly, they used their powerful divine consciousness to deliberately injure the other party's soul and affect their performance later on. The reason they did this was naturally to injure the prodigies of other forces who were stronger than the young prodigies of the forces behind them, paving the way for the prodigies of their own sects or clan. So, for the next period of time, all of you should behave yourselves and not go out. Zhen Pingfan glanced at Duan Lingtian and then looked at Yang Qianye as he warned them with a serious expression. Chapter 4037. So ruthless. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he learned that someone had attacked the prodigies of other forces at this stage of the Seven Prefectures banquet. This was the place where the Seven Prefectures banquet was held. All forces were gathered here. If they were discovered to have attacked someone here, they would have to pay a huge price. It was a very risky thing to do. However, when he thought about the significance of the top 10 in the Seven Prefectures banquet, he could understand why some people would take such a risk. If they took the risk, they might be able to help their prodigies enter the top 10. Under such circumstances, they would be able to obtain at least 2 qualifications to enter the secret realm of the sacred land. Once they entered the secret realm of the sacred land, they would have the possibility of becoming an upper god emperor. If he could become a high god emperor, this kind of risk would not be worth mentioning at all. It seems like I can't go out recklessly for the next few days. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Originally, he thought that he would not need to cultivate for the next 10 days. He could just walk around and take a look. However, it seemed like this was not a good idea. The current him was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of some forces. If they could eliminate him, there would be one more spot in the top 10. Master, I understand. At this time, Yang Qianye also responded to Yuan Hanjin's repeated warnings and expressed that he would not go out. In fact, he did not plan to go out either. Duan Lingtian, prepare well. Don't feel too much pressure. Your goal is to enter the top 10, not the top 3. When Duan Lingtian returned with the Chunyang school group, Zhen Pingfan was the only one left. He looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him again. I understand. Duan Lingtian was not annoyed by Zhen Pingfan's repeated reminders. Instead, he was grateful. After all, Zhen Pingfan did not have to do this. From the beginning, he and Zhen Pingfan did not interact like a senior and a junior. They were more like friends. Duan Lingtian remembered all the help Zhen Pingfan had given him in the past. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay him generously. For 10 days or so, everything was calm. After all, something had happened at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. With that as an example, the young Heaven's favorites didn't dare to go out carelessly even with the warnings of their elders. 10 days later, the final round of the Seven Prefectures Feast ranking tournament arrived. The 30-seeded contestants followed their respective forces to the Seven Prefectures Feast, so they didn't have to worry about being ambushed on the way. Under such circumstances, only a fool would make a move. Because not only was it impossible to succeed, there was an 80 or 90% chance that he would be caught. Once he was caught, he would be completely finished. You're quite early today. When Duan Lingtian entered the venue with the people from Chunyang School, he realized that most of the people from the various prefectures and major forces had arrived. Only a few forces had not arrived yet. This was something he didn't dare to imagine in the past. This was because in the past, Chunyang School would arrive at about this time every morning. However, each time, only half of the people would arrive at most. It wasn't as complete as now. 30 seeded contestants, and a few forces have taken up 2 spots each. This also means that there are a few forces whose sects or clans don't have anyone in the top 30. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, if you can't enter the top 10, entering the top 30 is actually not much different from not entering at all. You won't be qualified to enter the sacred land mystic realm. It's just that your reputation is better. Even so, many people are still scrambling for it. Many times, many people valued things like reputation. Of course, it didn't necessarily mean that they valued false reputation. For example, at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures this time, some young prodigies from forces knew that it was impossible for them to enter the top 10, but they still squeezed their way to the front in order to show their value to the forces behind them. The better you performed at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, the more you could show your value. Even if you couldn't enter the top 10, if you could enter the top 30, you would be valued by your sect or clan. Even Elder Yi was like this back then. According to Elder Zhan, Elder Yi only received Chunyang School's great nurturing after he entered the top 20 at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. Thinking of what Zhen Pingfan said to him, Duan Lingtian could completely understand the motivation of some prodigies present. Sometimes, it wasn't that they wanted to push forward. It was fate that forced them to move forward. If they took a step forward, their future fate might be different. And if they didn't fight, they might have another mediocre fate in the future. Everyone's here. About 15 minutes after Duan Lingtian and the people from Chunyang School arrived, all the small floating islands and the surroundings of the floating islands were filled with people sitting and standing. Obviously, everyone was present. It's time for Elder Lin to appear. The whispers of many Pure Sun sect's disciples resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Almost everyone was used to this scene at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures this time. When everyone was present, Elder Lin Donglai of the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, would appear at the right time and announce the start of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. This time, it was no exception. Whoosh! Moments after everyone was present, a figure flew in from the sky and landed in the center of the square in the blink of an eye. Feng Shu stood in the wind. It was Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect. Today, Lin Donglai's face was no longer as solemn as before. There was a faint smile on his face. It was unknown whether it was because he was in a good mood or because he was happy because the Feast of the Seven Prefectures was about to end. After all, although it was not difficult to be the host of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, it was easy to tire one out. Everyone. After Lin Donglai arrived, he announced loudly, "From today onwards, we will enter the final stage of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. The ranking battle will also enter its final stage." The 30-seeded contestants did not disappoint the Profound Jade Mansion and successfully passed the challenges of the other contestants. None of them were replaced. Even in the history of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, this is rare. Duan Lingtian had heard Zhen Pingfan mention what Lin Donglai had just said. Although there had been similar situations in the past where none of the 30-seeded contestants were eliminated, it was rare for the Feast of the Seven Prefectures to be so successful. At the very least, this was the first time in the past 100,000 years that such a situation had occurred in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. This was enough to show how astute the Profound Jade Mansion was and how powerful their intelligence network was. Presently, I presume everyone is already clear about the rules of the competition for the top 30, so I won't say anything further. I'll give everyone 15 minutes to catch their breaths and prepare. After 15 minutes, we'll begin seizing the numbered token. Lin Donglai announced loudly. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the eyes of the group of young prodigies present, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. The final stage of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures was the final stage of the ranking battle. The top 30 would determine the final ranking. The rules were rather unique. Everyone would fight for the numbered tokens. The numbered tokens would be displayed in front of them. Everyone would be able to see the 30 numbered tokens from number 1 to number 30. After that, the person who obtained the corresponding number would temporarily be ranked in the top 30. After that, from number 30 onward, challenges would be issued. Number 30 could only challenge number 21 to number 29. In fact, those who were number 22 and above could only challenge number 21 at most. Number 21 could challenge number 20, but he could not challenge those who were ranked higher than number 20. Number 20 could challenge number 11 to number 19. Those who were number 12 and above could only challenge number 21 at most. It was the same for number 10 and above. However, number 3 and number 4 were obstacles as well. Number 10 could only challenge number 4 at most. Only if he succeeded in challenging number 4 and became the new number 4 could he challenge number 3. Only if he became number 3 and entered the top 3 could he challenge number 2 and number 1. The top 3 were obstacles. Being in the top 10 was also a hurdle. The top 20 were obstacles as well. If one wanted to obtain the numbered tokens, they would have to rely on themselves. Of course, this was not purely a competition of strength. There was a large element of luck as well. If the numbered token one wanted was further away from oneself, one might lose the initiative and fail to obtain the token. All in all, fighting for the numbered tokens was just an appetizer at the beginning of the final stage of the ranking battle. The real exciting part had yet to come. Those who obtained the numbered tokens at the front and those who obtained the numbered tokens at the back had their own advantages and disadvantages. Some people wanted the numbered tokens at the front while others wanted the numbered tokens at the back. However, in general, most people definitely wanted the numbered tokens at the front. After all, those who could become seeded contestants were all top prodigies of the younger generation of their respective forces. They all had pride in their hearts and were unwilling to submit to others. Duan Lingtian, what number token are you going to get? Zhen Pingfan asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. The others from Chunyang School also looked at Duan Lingtian with curiosity in their eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard this. I don't care. Just take it. Whatever number it is. In fact, for those who were confident in their own strength, this segment was indeed unimportant. So what if you got number 30 token? As long as you had enough strength, you could first kill number 21, then number 20, then number 11 and number 10. Wouldn't you be able to advance further? After killing number 4, you could challenge number 3. After killing number 3, you could challenge number 1. After successfully challenging number 1, you would be able to reach the top. Getting number 1 still gives you a great advantage. At least, you can rest first. In the earlier stages, there aren't many people who have the qualifications to challenge you. Zhen Pingfan reminded him through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard this. He naturally understood this principle as well. Then we'll see when the time comes. After all, the distribution of the numbered tokens is scattered, and they're further away from here. Perhaps the area I'm watching doesn't have the number 1 token, and I'll lose the initiative. It'll be difficult for me to obtain it. Chapter 4038. That's true. Hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Zhen Pingfan responded, the last part of the competition really depends on luck. 10,000 years ago, if I was lucky and the number 1 token appeared in the area I was looking at, I had a 70% chance of getting it. Unfortunately, I only got the number 2 token in the end. Zhen Pingfan sighed. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was a little speechless. Was there a difference between getting the number 2 token and getting the number 1 token? It was the same privilege. Only the person who replaced the number 3 token was qualified to challenge the number 2 token or the number 1 token. If you're not strong enough, it's useless to get the number 2 token. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His words angered Zhen Pingfan, who glared at him. This brat was really touching a sore spot. Back then, although he got the number 2 token, he was defeated by many people and fell out of the top 10 step by step. He was not fated to return to his previous life. Otherwise, if he fought his way into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast and won 2 spots for Chunyang School to enter the Sacred Land Secret Realm, Chunyang School would definitely not treat him badly. Maybe he would have become a medium emperor god by now. Maybe his strength would not be weaker than his martial uncle Yi Chenfeng. On this side, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan were talking and laughing through voice transmission. As the time approached, the other young geniuses all focused on the field, locking onto Lin Donglai, the host of the 7 prefectures feast. He was the one who threw the number token. This part was actually the easiest to cheat in. Even if he cheated, no one could say anything because there was no way to investigate. No one could be sure that Lin Donglai, the host, had really cheated. After all, the number tokens in front of him might not necessarily not appear on the side where it appeared. After 10 breaths, I'll throw the token. Finally, Lin Donglai reminded them again. There were only 10 breaths left before the 15 minutes were up. Upon hearing Lin Donglai's words, even Duan Lingtian and the other young prodigies who were not paying attention to Lin Donglai immediately regained their composure and stared at him intently. However, Duan Lingtian was different from the others. While the others were still staring at Lin Donglai, he withdrew his gaze from Lin Donglai and looked towards the Flame Howl sect. The 2 seeded contestants from the Flame Howl sect, Marudo and Lin Yuan, were also the only seeded contestants who didn't have their eyes on Lin Donglai other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed their gazes and found that they were staring in different directions. One stared at the left side of Lin Donglai while the other stared at the back of Lin Donglai. Normally speaking, as the host, Elder Lin wouldn't let the two from the Flamehowl sect obtain the number 1 and number 2 tokens. Although it wouldn't be a big deal for them to obtain them, it would be hard to avoid gossip. Therefore, the number 1 and number 2 tokens shouldn't appear at the same time where they are staring. This way, even if the others think that Elder Lin has done something, they wouldn't say anything. It's normal for Lin Yuan and Marudo to obtain the number 1 and number 2 tokens respectively. It's abnormal for both of them to obtain the tokens. Even if it was a coincidence, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. Therefore, he felt that Lin Donglai wouldn't allow the number 1 and number 2 tokens to appear at the same time where they were staring. Perhaps Lin Donglai was the one who told them where to look. Lin Yuan and Marudo were very cautious. They only glanced at the two directions before shifting their gazes back to Lin Donglai. However, they didn't expect the meticulous Duan Lingtian to notice them when they glanced at Lin Donglai's side. Let's keep our eyes on those two directions. Who knows, we might be lucky enough to obtain the number 1 or number 2 token. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept across the other two directions. He planned to keep his eyes on those two directions when the competition began later. If there were no accidents, at least one of the number 2 and number 1 tokens would appear in those two directions. 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. When the time was up, the young prodigies from the various forces in the 7 prefectures, including Duan Lingtian, all extended their divine power and prepared to snatch the tokens. The key to snatching tokens was to make the first move. Whoever snatched the token first would not be able to snatch it from the others. Of course, whether a person could snatch a token depended on whether he or she had brought the token out of a certain range. Once it was out of the range, no one could snatch it from him or her. Therefore, before Lin Donglai threw out the tokens, a faint translucent light shield appeared around him. The light shield was white and didn't affect his vision. This light shield was the turning point of the token snatching process. As long as you brought the token out of the light shield, it meant that the token was yours, and no one else could snatch it from you. It's about to begin. The scene in front of them made Duan Lingtian and the others tense up. They knew that Lin Donglai would definitely throw out the tokens in the next moment. As expected, Lin Donglai raised his hand almost as soon as the translucent light shield appeared. As soon as he raised his hand, 30 tokens whizzed out like a fairy scattering flowers. They flew up at high speed and then scattered around him. At this moment, the white light shield formed by his divine power allowed in the 30-seeded contestants' divine power. Previously, their divine power couldn't enter it. Number 2. Duan Lingtian was staring at the direction where the tokens were falling one by one. Soon after, he locked onto one of the tokens and immediately grabbed it. His divine power transformed into an ingenious hand and grabbed the token immediately. The reason why it went so smoothly was because, at the moment when he made his move, the rest of the more powerful people, such as Han Di from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Chichen sect, Yuan Moyu from the Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect, Tuoba Xiu from the Underworld Prefecture's Yuan clan, Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Star Prefecture's Autumn Leaf sect, and Morchi Hong from the Morchi clan in Tung Lung Province, followed Lin Yuan and Marudo's divine power. Morchi Hong and Luo Yuan followed Marudo's divine power. The other 3 followed Lin Yuan's divine power. Apart from them, the more powerful people also stared in that direction and followed their divine power. Under such circumstances, there were fewer people in the direction Duan Lingtian was staring. Moreover, there weren't many who were truly powerful. Even young Qianye was now following Marudo's divine power. As a result, Duan Lingtian took the number 2 token effortlessly. Before the other young prodigies who were staring in the same direction as him could react, he had already taken the number 2 token and left the white light shield. The first person to take the number token was Duan Lingtian. Furthermore, it was the badge with the number 2 badge. This kid, after recovering from the scene in front of him, Zhen Pingfan's eyes lit up. Although he had previously suggested that Duan Lingtian get the number 1 token, he actually didn't have much hope. He didn't even think that Duan Lingtian had any hope of getting the number 2 token, let alone the number 1 token. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, Duan Lingtian made a risky move. He stared in a different direction from the flame-howling sects Lin Yuan and Marudo and successfully obtained the number 2 token. As for the number 1 token, it indeed appeared in the direction Lin Yuan and Marudo were staring at. To be more precise, it appeared in the direction Lin Yuan was staring at. The intense fight for the number 1 token also began. Even the group of stronger prodigies from the various prefectures didn't know that Duan Lingtian had already obtained the number 2 token. All of them were focused on fighting for the number 1 token. Smack. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's number 2 token was also in his hands. Then, he began to watch the show. Upon seeing Zhen Pingfan's gaze, Duan Lingtian grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. My luck is not bad, luck? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan wasn't the only one who didn't comment. Even the others didn't think so. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be the most clear-headed one in the end. At that moment, even the group of prodigies from Chunyang School could tell that something was amiss. Moreover, many people also realized that their thoughts had been completely led by the nose by the convention of the 7 prefectures banquet in the past. In the past, if someone from the faction in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet had made it to this stage, the host would indeed take care of that person. In fact, he might even throw both the number 1 and number 2 tokens in front of that person. Even if that person obtained one of the tokens in the end, the other token would still be obtained by someone from another faction. Under such circumstances, the various prefectures and factions couldn't really say much. However, this time, 2 people from Lin Donglai's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, had entered this stage at the same time. Under such circumstances, if the number 1 and number 2 tokens were thrown in front of them, it would be fine if one of them didn't obtain one. However, if they obtained both tokens, there would definitely be rumors. They might even ask to overturn the situation and start over. Under such circumstances, they put themselves in Lin Donglai's shoes and felt that the 2 most advantageous tokens, the number 1 and number 2 tokens, should not be thrown to Lin Yuan and Mo Luo duo at the same time. I'm convinced. No wonder Duan Lingtian has such achievements at such a young age. Just his brain alone is much older than ours. That's right. I just thought of that as well. Didn't you see that the other powerful prodigies were all staring at Lin Yuan and Mo Luo duo? They also didn't think of this. However, although they didn't think of it now, when the token fight is over and they find out that Duan Lingtian easily obtained the number 2 token, they will think of it. When the time comes, those who get the number 1 token will be fine, but those who don't will definitely regret that they didn't know how to use their brains. Duan Lingtian heard the words of the group of Chunyang school disciples, but he just shook his head and smiled. Many things were meaningless when they were thought of after the fact. However, he was still a little surprised that he had obtained the number 2 token so easily. It seemed like it was a little too easy. Chapter 4039. Many people were surprised that Duan Lingtian had obtained the number 2 token. However, when they came back to their senses, they were still amazed by Duan Lingtian's intelligence. Under such circumstances, he had still been able to make the correct decision rationally. This was not something that just anyone could do. Didn't he see that the other outstanding prodigies were all staring at Lin Yuan and Marudo? Moreover, the few of them were currently accumulating and fighting for the number 1 token. This is really intense. After Duan Lingtian obtained the number 2 token, there was nothing for him to do in this segment. Therefore, he could only watch the show. If these people continue fighting, I'm afraid there won't be any good tokens left. However, only the number 3 and the top 10 tokens are better. As Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, he soon discovered that 2 people had withdrawn from the fight for the number 1 token. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Prefecture and Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Underworld Prefecture. The 2 of them no longer fought for the number 1 token. Instead, they set their sights on the other tokens. Soon, Luo Yuan made his move and snatched the number 4 token that some people were fighting over. He brought it out and brought it into his hands. At this point, Luo Yuan's token was also in his hands. As for Tuoba Xiu, she was one step later than Luo Yuan. She was just about to look for the number 3 token when she saw someone leave with it. Under such circumstances, she could only take a step back this time and seize the other serial token that was ranked at the lower end. Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu's withdrawal did not slow down the fight. Instead, it became even more intense. Han Di, the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect, Yuan Moyu, the prodigy of the Azure State Prefecture's Heaven's Roar sect, and Mochi Hong, the prodigy of the Mochi clan of the Tunglung province, were all fighting for the number 1 token with Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Just as everyone thought that Lin Yuan would fight to the end, an unexpected scene occurred. Lin Yuan actually gave up on the number 1 token. Then, he entered another battle and snatched the other top 10 token. For a moment, only Han Di, Yuan Moyu, and Mochi Hong were left in a deadlock. The 3 of them refused to back down. As for the other command tokens, they were all obtained after a series of fights. Only command token number 1, which was being fought over by Mochi Hong and the other 2 command tokens, remained. Those 2 tokens were the 2 tokens that were ranked last, the 29th token and the 30th token. They're even fighting to the point of anger. It's fine if they win, but if they don't, they'll only be able to get the last 2 tokens. Many people sighed with emotion as they watched the accumulation battle before them. Although they didn't really fight, it was still very interesting to watch. The 3 of them fought for a full quarter of an hour. In the end, the number 1 token was taken away by the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Qi Tian sect, Han Di. It didn't mean that Han Di was definitely stronger than Mochi Hong, Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roaring sect of the state capital of Qing, and Mochi Hong from the Mochi family of Tunglung province. Instead, it was because he had discovered the number 1 token earlier and gained the upper hand. Behind him, the number 1 token was also in his hands. He just had to stop Mochi Hong and Yuan Moyu, and smoothly retreat. In the end, he successfully retreated. What a pity. Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roaring sect of the state capital of Qing was still fine after the number 1 token was taken away. He only shook his head gently and sighed before he casually took one of the remaining 2 tokens. He didn't even look at the number on it. Damn it. As for Mochi Hong from the Mochi family of Tunglung province, his expression was ugly. It took him a long time to recover from his shock and take the last token in his hand. When he saw the number 29 on the token in his hand, his expression became even more gloomy. At this point, all 30 tokens were obtained by the 30 seeded contestants. Mochi Hong and Yuan Moyu actually obtained the last 2 tokens. Doesn't this mean that Yuan Moyu, who obtained the number 30 token, will be the one to initiate the first round of the battle? It's said that Yuan Moyu is the descendant of the powerhouse who became an upper god emperor in the Flame Howl sect 10,000 years ago. In the past, he was very mysterious. It was only recently that he revealed his shocking strength and participated in the 7 prefectures grand banquet. Given Yuan Moyu's strength, he'll definitely challenge the person who obtained the number 21 token. That's only natural. What I'm curious about is, after Yuan Moyu defeated the person who obtained the number 21 token and replaced him, will Mochi Hong challenge him in the future? After all, if he doesn't occupy the number 21 token, he won't be able to challenge the person who obtained the number 20 token. I wouldn't have thought of this if you didn't mention it. I'm really looking forward to it. If they fight in the beginning, the 7 prefectures grand banquet will be interesting. I don't think that's likely to happen. As the crowd whispered among themselves, Lin Donglai, an elder of the profound Nether Mansion's Flame Howl sect who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures grand banquet, announced, "Now, the 30 prodigies who obtained the number tokens, please take a few steps forward and display your tokens in front of them." As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the other 8 prodigies took a few steps forward and displayed their tokens. The first token was Han Di, a prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven sect. The second token was Duan Lingtian. The third token was a prodigy from the famous mansion. He was also one of the 2 most outstanding prodigies in the famous mansion. However, judging from the strength that he had displayed earlier and the reputation that he possessed, it would appear that he was much weaker than Han Di and the others. The fourth token was Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect. The fifth token was a prodigy from the Qing Province Mansion's Bayan Villa. The sixth token was Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan in the Underworld Mansion. The seventh token was Lin Yuan from the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Number 8, like number 3, was also a Heaven's Pride of the Great Ming Prefecture. They both belonged to different factions, and in the Great Ming Prefecture, they were equally famous as number 3, becoming the two peerless prides of the younger generation in the Great Ming Prefecture. The ninth token, Duan Lingtian glanced at young Qianye who was standing nearby. He had seen young Qianye obtain the ninth token as well. As for the 10th token, he was another prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion. He was not from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven sect. Before Han Di from the Heaven sect appeared, he was widely acknowledged as a top prodigy in the Spirit Rhino Mansion. All in all, in the fight for the tokens just now, the people who obtained the numbered tokens at the front were basically the stronger ones. Of course, there were also those who were strong but did not obtain the first tokens. Among them were Morchi Hong from the Morchi clan in Tunglung Province and Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect in the Qing Province Mansion. Apart from them, there were a few other prodigies who were not weak. They had also missed out on the first tokens because they were competing for the top 10 tokens. All of them had only obtained tokens from the 20th and onwards. Now, I'll give you 15 minutes to take a good look at everyone's token and remember who the current owner of each token is. Lin Donglai's voice continued, then, plan who you'll challenge first later. Of course, plans can't keep up with changes unless you're strong enough. Otherwise, no matter how many plans you have now, you'll be dragged down by others before you can issue a challenge. Naturally, your previous plans will change. The 30 prodigies would enter the ranking battle. The challenge would start with the 30th token, followed by the 29th token. If the challenge was successful, the challenger would replace the challenger and kick the challenger to the last place. For example, the 30th token would challenge the 21st token. If the challenger was defeated and the challenge was successful, the two tokens would be exchanged. The challenger would lose the opportunity to challenge the challenger in this round. The challenger would only be able to issue a challenge in the next round. Such a rule also took into account that the defeated prodigy might be injured and gave them enough time to heal so that it would not affect the subsequent challenges. Now, let's welcome the 30th token. Lin Donglai's voice was heard again. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, fixed their eyes on Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect in the Qing Province Mansion. He was the one who obtained the 30th token. Yuan Moyu was a young man in a greyish-white robe. He had a delicate appearance and a smile seemed to be at the corner of his mouth all the time. He gave off a refreshing feeling. He stood there looking as gentle as jade, like an elegant gentleman. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, he flew out of the void and appeared on the field. Now, choose your opponent. Lin Donglai looked at Yuan Moyu and said, there are a total of 9 people from the 21st token to the 29th token. You can challenge any one of them. At this moment, everyone's eyes subconsciously shifted away from Yuan Moyu and landed on another person. This person was also the one who obtained the 21st token. He was a prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. The other party also subconsciously looked at Yuan Moyu when everyone's gazes swept over, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. However, he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. After all, he was the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation in the Rui sect and had his own pride. Even if he felt that he was not as good as the other party, he would not back down. Once he backed down, it would be fine if it did not affect his future cultivation. If it did, it would be an inner demon that would be a source of trouble. Number 21. As everyone had guessed, Yuan Moyu chose to challenge the 21st token, the prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. Whoosh. As soon as Yuan Moyu finished speaking, the prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion stepped into the air and appeared in front of Yuan Moyu, facing him. The prodigy was a tall and burly young man. He stood there with a strong back and a fierce look in his eyes. He looked majestic. I'm Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the Qing State Prefecture. Yuan Moyu politely nodded at the burly young man in front of him as a form of greeting. The burly young man also spoke at the right time. I'm Wang Zhubai from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. Wang Zhubai was considered a celebrity in the mysterious Jade Mansion. In fact, his reputation in the mysterious Jade Mansion was second only to Mo Luoduo from the Flame Howl sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. He was as famous as the other two prodigies of the mysterious Jade Mansion. He, Mo Luoduo, and the other two prodigies represented the top echelon of the younger generation in the mysterious Jade Mansion. Chapter 40. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the first battle of the final stage of the Seven Prefectures Feast had finally begun. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Wang Zhubai, the genius of the Rui sect of the Dark Jade Mansion, made his move and unleashed the divine power that he had been accumulating for a long time. Then, the profound laws appeared and launched a round of frenzied attacks on Yuan Moyu of the Azure State Prefecture's Raw sect. At the same time, his divine weapon also played an important role in this. Once he made his move, it was as if he had gone mad. Although the crowd was a little stunned at first, after regaining their senses, they could not help but be impressed by Wang Zhubai's intelligence. Wang Zhubai's strength was obviously not as good as Yuan Moyu's. However, if he could catch Yuan Moyu off guard at the beginning and injure him so that Yuan Moyu could not unleash his full strength, even if he could not defeat Yuan Moyu, he might be able to tie with him. Of course, there were also some people who felt that Wang Zhubai's effort was useless. Duan Lingtian thought so too. As a top genius of the Azure State Prefecture's Raw sect, it would be surprising if Yuan Moyu was injured under such circumstances. Such a genius would not be a fool. Many people felt the same way too. In particular, the higher-ups of the various prefectures and major forces did not think that Wang Zhubai's move would work. However, at the same time, they knew that Wang Zhubai had no other choice. If he did not use this method, there would be no hope at all. If he did, there might be a glimmer of hope. Even if the hope was slim, it was still hope. However, if Wang Zhubai's move does not work, he will be in a passive position. At that time, he should be able to hold on for a while, but he won't be able to hold on for long. Many people thought so. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Zhubai unleashed his full strength and attacked Yuan Moyu like a stormy sea, drowning Yuan Moyu in the blink of an eye. However, after a while, they saw that an even more powerful force soared into the sky and directly defeated Wang Zhubai's attack. It was Yuan Moyu who broke through the air. At this time, Yuan Moyu was still as gentle as jade, but the power around him was condensed and majestic, and as it rolled, it was suffocating. Then, when Wang Zhubai's attack failed and before he could fully recover his divine power, he made his move. Bang! With a loud bang, the void trembled as a terrifying power exploded, forming a small mushroom cloud that condensed under Yuan Moyu's feet. Then, Yuan Moyu swooped down towards Wang Zhubai. A folding fan appeared in his hand. It was his divine item. Now, it was the first time anyone had seen Yuan Moyu take out a divine artifact, because Yuan Moyu had never used a divine artifact in the past. His opponents had been easily defeated without him using any divine artifacts. Yuan Moyu is using a divine artifact. Even if Wang Zhubai is defeated, he should be proud. Before this, no one could force Yuan Moyu to use a divine artifact. Yuan Moyu, in fact, was not very famous in the past. Although many people knew of his existence because he had a upper divine Lord Shen ancestor, they did not know that he himself was so outstanding. Until some time ago, when he showed his strength in the Heaven's Raw sect, the people in the Heaven's Raw sect, and even the people outside, knew that he was the most outstanding person of the younger generation in the Heaven's Raw sect. Whoosh! Crash! Yuan Moyu's fan was like a gust of wind, creating gusts of wind. An attack like a storm fell from the sky and enveloped Wang Zhubai. Although Wang Zhubai could not launch another attack like that in a short time, he still had the ability to defend himself. Bang! However, even if Wang Zhubai wanted to defend himself, he was still injured by Yuan Moyu's attack. The injury was not serious. However, after Yuan Moyu's second attack landed, Wang Zhubai's expression changed completely when he felt the power contained in it was even more terrifying than before. The next moment, blood qi filled the sky from all over his body, and he directly displayed the bloodline power that he had not used before. The bloodline power was majestic, forming blood-red shields around him. At first glance, there were hundreds and thousands of shields, floating around him and protecting him. Boom! Rumble! The storm-like power hit the shields, causing the shields to burst with medicinal liquid. At this time, the crowd could see that Wang Zhubai was vomiting blood in the shields. It was obvious that the burden was heavy. The defense formed by the bloodline power seems to be much stronger than a high-grade defensive divine weapon. Duan Lingtian was surprised by the scene before him. Although he knew that the bloodline power of the natives of the Plains of Gods included all creations, he could not help but be surprised every time he saw a different bloodline power. One more attack. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Moyu in the sky. He could clearly feel that Yuan Moyu's power had not decreased but increased. In fact, the power of the previous two attacks had only been reduced by half. Moreover, he had heard from Zhen Pingfan that the upper god emperor of the Heaven's Raw sect in the state of Qing had created a way to use the laws. It was not the Heaven and Earth Dao, but it was close to the Heaven and Earth Dao. Its power was even stronger than the embryonic form of the Heaven and Earth Dao. Triple Tempest. This was the name that the upper god emperor of the Heaven's Raw sect had given to his self-created technique. This should be the technique that Yuan Moyu is using now. Others might not be able to learn this technique, but Yuan Moyu is his great-great-grandson and the most outstanding descendant. He definitely won't be stingy with it. Self-created techniques belonged to the individual and not the sect. Moreover, given the upper god emperor's status in the Heaven's Raw sect, as long as he did not want to pass down his self-created technique, no one could force him to do so. It's the Triple Tempest. One more attack. If Wang Zhubai doesn't admit defeat, he'll be severely injured even if he doesn't die. Perhaps, it will affect the subsequent challenges. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had seen through Yuan Moyu's trick. Many others had seen through it as well. When Yuan Moyu was about to attack for the third time, Wang Zhubai finally opened his mouth. I admit defeat. At this moment, Wang Zhubai's voice was slightly dispirited. It was only after he had consumed a few divine pills that his expression softened slightly. During the Battle of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet, no one was allowed to consume any divine pills. Only after the battle was over could they consume divine pills to heal their injuries. This was done to ensure fairness. The Triple Tempest deserves its reputation. I, Wang Zhubai, am sincerely convinced. After admitting defeat, Wang Zhubai cupped his hand slightly at Yuan Moyu before leaving the arena. Although he had lost, he was not discouraged at all. Instead, he seemed to be relieved. Not fighting was a disgrace to him. If he had fought and lost, not only would it not be a disgrace, but it would also be an inspiration to him. It was worth mentioning that before leaving the arena, Wang Zhubai took out his serial token and exchanged it with Yuan Moyu's. From this moment on, Yuan Moyu was no longer Wang Zhubai, who was number 21. Yuan Moyu was no longer number 30, but Wang Zhubai. If Wang Zhubai doesn't die prematurely or get into an accident, his future achievements will definitely not be low. On the side of the Chunyang school, even Yi Chenfeng, who rarely spoke, commented on Wang Zhubai at this time. It should be noted that before this, only the 6 relatively strong geniuses other than Duan Lingtian at the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet had received such treatment. He's not discouraged by defeat, and he seems to have used it as motivation. He's also very tenacious. He's indeed a good seedling. At this moment, even Liu Fenggu nodded in agreement. Let's see if the Ruyi sect is willing to invest resources in him. Zhen Pingfan nodded as well. Yi Chenfeng and the other two did not talk about Wang Zhubai through voice transmission, so Duan Lingtian and the others heard it clearly. The group of Chunyang school disciples could not help but sigh. They did not expect that Wang Zhubai, who had been defeated by Yuan Moyu, would receive the unanimous approval of the 3 god emperors of Chunyang school after his defeat. However, some people did not express their opinion. However, people like Duan Lingtian, Yi Chenfeng, Yun Yewei, and Yang Qianye, who stood at a higher position, were further ahead than the others. They could see Wei Yi Chenfeng and the other two favored Wang Zhubai. The group of geniuses on the side of Chunyang School quickly turned their attention to Mo Qihong, who had obtained the number 29 token. It's Mo Qihong's turn soon. Mo Qihong is Duan Lingtian's defeated opponent. He must have been crazy to fight for the number 1 token. If he knew he would get the number 29 token, he probably wouldn't have competed. How can there be so many new in this world? As the Chunyang School disciples discussed among themselves, Lin Donglai's voice rang out. Next, let's invite number 29 to enter the arena. Theoretically, number 29 can challenge numbers 21 to 28, Lin Donglai said. He looked at Mo Qihong, who had just entered the arena, and said, however, number 21 has just gone through a battle, so he has the right to refuse if you challenge him. Mo Qihong nodded when he heard this. Elder Lin, I know these basic rules, so you won't repeat them. I challenge number 22. Number 22 was a genius from Tianchen Mansion. After entering the arena, he was defeated by Mo Qihong, who had been holding back his anger in just 2 moves. Moreover, he was severely injured. Mo Qihong had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. In the end, he only managed to obtain number 29. He was already depressed. Moreover, many people from Chunyang School had mocked him. This made him even angrier. Now, the number 22 genius from Heavenly Stellar Mansion, as his first opponent, had become the target of his anger. After Mo Qihong defeated his opponent, he became the new number 22. As for the genius from Tianchen Mansion who was defeated by him, he became the new number 29. Number 28. After Mo Qihong left the arena, it was number 28's turn to enter the arena. Number 28 was a genius from a famous mansion. Although he was strong, he knew he was no match for Mo Qihong and Yuan Moyu. Therefore, he chose number 23 as his opponent. Chapter 40-41. In fact, in the last stage of the 7 Prefectures Feast, everyone present knew that unless someone had hidden their strength, the top 10 would be decided from the dozen or so people who had shown their strength earlier. Number 28 challenged number 23. He didn't succeed, but he wasn't defeated either. They ended in a draw. After number 28 and number 23 left the stage, it was number 27's turn. He challenged number 23, but he was rejected. His opponent also had the right to reject him because he had just fought a battle. In the end, he could only challenge number 24. Although number 21 and number 22 were still ahead of him, those 2 people could basically make it to the top 10. If he rashly challenged them, not only would he be defeated, but he might also be injured. It wasn't worth it. In the end, he succeeded in challenging number 24 and successfully replaced him. The challengers kept moving forward. When it was number 24's turn, he was directly skipped because he had already advanced in this round, because he had no more chances to challenge. Number 23 had a chance to challenge, but after looking at the 2 people in front of him, Yuan Moyu and Mo Qihong, he finally chose to give up. Mo Qihong and Yuan Moyu were automatically skipped. Both of them had challenged from the back, and according to the rules, they also had no chance to challenge in this round. Number 20, please come on. Lin Donglai's voice came at the right time, and then an elegant figure entered the arena. It was a genius from the Consonance Mansion. He challenged number 13, but he failed and was defeated. This was also the first person who had been defeated in a challenge so far. After number 20, it was number 19's turn. Number 19 was an acquaintance of the Chunyang School. He was Hu Tsai, a seeded contestant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, who had defeated Yi Ingtsai. In the round where Yi Ingtsai challenged the seeded contestants, he accepted Yi Ingtsai's challenge and defeated him. Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at Yi Ingtsai, who was not far behind him, and saw that Yi Ingtsai's face instantly darkened after seeing Hu Tsai's appearance. Obviously, Yi Ingtsai found it hard to accept his previous failure. I challenge number 12. Hu Tsai went on stage and challenged number 12. In the end, they were in a stalemate and tied. At this time, the atmosphere of the 7 Prefectures Feast had cooled down. Apart from Yuan Mo Yu and Mo Chi Hong, who defeated their opponents like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood in the beginning and forcefully replacing their opponents, after they entered the top 20, 2 people had lost consecutively. Actually, the people who were able to obtain the numbered tokens earlier were all quite strong. This time, other than Yuan Mo Yu and Mo Chi Hong, who missed the opportunity to obtain the tokens because they were fighting for the number 1 token, the others used their true abilities to obtain the numbered tokens that belonged to them. Indeed. I'm afraid there won't be much to see from the challenges of those ranked 20 to 12. However, I'm still very curious to see if there will be 1 or 2 successful challenges. There are 9 people from the 20th to 12th place. There should be at least 1 or 2 people who will succeed, right? Amidst the whispers of the young geniuses from various prefectures, number 18 entered the arena. He was challenging number 13, the same genius that number 20 had challenged earlier. If one were to challenge number 12, he would be able to reject the challenge because number 19, Hu Tsai, had already challenged him. However, number 13 couldn't refuse. However, when he entered the arena, he still defeated number 18 in a domineering manner, causing number 18 to return in defeat. After this battle, he, who had not fully recovered, suffered heavy injuries because number 18 had fought too hard. Without enough time, it would be difficult for him to recover. I'm afraid it's going to be dangerous for number 13. Number 17 can't challenge him, but number 16 can. Many people broke out in cold sweat when they saw number 13 was injured. However, there were also many people who felt that he was unlucky to be challenged consecutively. However, this was also because number 13's strength was not much stronger than the previous 2 challengers. Otherwise, he would have defeated number 13 directly. With just a short break, he would be able to recover to his peak condition. Number 17 should be challenging number 12, right? Number 12 was also injured in the battle with Hu Tsai earlier. While everyone was thinking this, number 17, a prodigy from Heavenly Stellar Mansion who had just entered the arena, chose to challenge number 12. Moreover, he defeated number 12 before his opponent recovered from his injuries. However, number 17's performance also exceeded everyone's expectations. It was obvious that he did not use his full strength. It was as if he had intentionally allowed his opponent to take the upper position. This person is smart. He knows that his injuries haven't fully recovered, so he didn't make too many moves. He only made a symbolic move before admitting defeat. He wants to recover from his injuries. He's indeed a smart person. Now that he's defeated, the remaining time is enough for him to recover. If he's strong enough later, he'll be able to challenge the people in front of him. Many people could tell what number 12 was thinking. The people in front of him were also deep in thought. If they were in the same situation, could they learn from number 12? In the ranking battle of the 7 Mansions Feast, number 16 challenged number 11 and lost. Moreover, number 11 only used 3 moves to defeat him. Moreover, it was obvious that number 11 had not used his full strength. Number 11. He's hiding his strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure in the arena. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed rather sloppily. He had previously stunned everyone with his moves. However, he did not expect that that was not his true strength. This person was none other than Wang Xiong from the Hanshan residence of the Daming residence. He had challenged Yi Yingcai when he challenged the seeded contestants but was defeated by Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong was now number 11. Facing number 16's challenge, he defeated his opponent in 3 moves. The entire process was very easy. The Hanshan residence is so well hidden. Wang Xiong's strength has been further displayed. Moreover, that was obviously not his full strength. Later, Wang Xiong will challenge the person ranked 10th. I wonder if he can win. If he can't, he can only wait for this round to end and challenge the new 10th in the next round. The 10th ranked prodigy from the Consonance residence is also a well-known figure. If he can defeat Wang Xiong, he should have the ability to advance further. At the very least, he should have the ability to defeat Yang Qianye from the Chunyang school. Yes. Among the top 10, Yang Qianye from the Chunyang school is the weakest. I saw that he got the 9th token earlier. There was a certain element of luck involved. In my opinion, if Wang Xiong does not advance further in this round and make it to number 10, Yang Chenye will probably be eliminated to number 10 and then be defeated by Wang Xiong in the next round. The whispers of the crowd also spread to the Chunyang school. For a moment, many people from the Chunyang school subconsciously looked at the figure standing in the distance with Duan Lingtian. The young man stood tall and proud. His expression was indifferent and cold from beginning to end, as if he was not affected by the gossip at all. The challenges continued. After Wang Xiong defended his ranking, the people who were challenged after him also defended their rankings. Soon, it was Wang Xiong's turn. Number 11. Wang Xiong was number 11. After he entered the arena, according to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, he could only challenge number 10, the famous prodigy from the consonant's residence. Number 11, do you choose to challenge number 10 or give up? Unlike the others who asked to choose an opponent, Lin Donglai asked Wang Xiong this question. This was because Wang Xiong had no other choice. I choose to challenge. Wang Xiong grinned. Then, he picked up his wine gourd and drank a few mouthfuls. I've heard of the famous He Yushi from the consonant's residence's Haoshan sect. Today, I'd like to see it for myself. Number 10 was He Yushi, the prodigy of the Haoshan sect of the consonant's residence. Before Han Di from the Qi Tian sect of the consonant's residence appeared, he was widely acknowledged as the top prodigy of the younger generation in the consonant's residence. However, Han Di's appearance overshadowed him in one fell swoop. Some said that Han Di had once challenged him and defeated him. There were also some who said that after exchanging a few blows with Han Di, before the outcome of the battle could be determined, he had admitted defeat. As for the specifics, perhaps only the person involved knew. However, no matter what, the news of Han Di being stronger than him had spread like wildfire. Moreover, the honor of being the top prodigy of the younger generation in the consonant's residence had been transferred from him to Han Di. As soon as Wang Xiong finished speaking, a figure flew out from the Haoshan sect of the consonant's residence. I'd like to see the strength of the hidden prodigy of the famous mansion's Han Mountain residence as well. If you can defeat me, you'll be able to challenge the peerless prodigy of the famous mansion in the next round. If you can defeat them as well, you'll be the top prodigy of the famous mansion. This was a young man dressed in a long turquoise robe. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were sharp. His voice was gentle, but there was a hint of coldness in it. It was not because of his emotions. It was because of the coldness in his voice. He was none other than He Yushi, the prodigy of the Haoshan sect of the consonant's residence. That's not important to me. This time, if I can make it into the top 10, I'll consider myself as having completed the task given to me by the old fellow. Wang Xiong smiled faintly before he put away the wine gourd in his hand. His gaze turned solemn as he looked at He Yushi. It was completely different from the calm and unruly attitude he had when he was challenged earlier. It was obvious that He Yushi had given him a certain amount of pressure. After all, he was the top prodigy of the younger generation in the consonant's residence. This He Yushi is not simple as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Although he felt Wang Xiong was still concealing his strength, He Yushi's strength was not simple as well. Earlier, he had seen how He Yushi had obtained the number 10 token. He had used an extremely forceful method to snatch the number 10 token from 7 to 8 people. Naturally, those 7 to 8 people did not join forces against him. However, the fact that he had managed to snatch the number 10 token from so many people, even if he had taken advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters, still spoke volumes about his strength. Chapter 40-42. Although there were fierce battles in the final stage of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, it was still acceptable to the onlookers. Now, Wang Xiong, a prodigy from the cold mountain residence of the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion, had shown amazing strength again and again. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was curious about Wang Xiong's true strength. Everyone present could tell that Wang Xiong had not shown his true strength, so they were curious about his strength. Wang Xiong's current opponent, He Yushi, was a prodigy from the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion's Haoshan sect. Everyone knew that he was very strong. At the very least, if Wang Xiong showed his strength earlier, it would be difficult for him to tie with He, let alone win. They're making their moves. As Wang Xiong and He made their moves almost at the same time, everyone, including Du and Lingtian, stared at the field without blinking. Obviously, they did not want to miss anything. In the beginning, Wang Xiong and He were obviously holding back. It was more like they were testing each other. After 30 moves, the battle gradually became more intense. However, the two of them were evenly matched. After another 10 moves, He seemed to realize that if this continued, his strength would be exhausted and he would not be able to challenge the person in front of him. After all, his target was the Chunyang School's Yang Qianye. His goal for this round was to drag Yang Qianye down from 9th place. Before that, he had to fend off Wang Xiong's challenge and be in an invincible position before he could challenge Yang Qianye. If he lost, he would not have a chance to challenge Yang Qianye in the next round. If he lost this round, he would become the new number 11. Wang Xiong took a step forward. In the next round, Wang Xiong was still 10th. If he lost to Wang Xiong in this round, there would be no need to challenge him in the next round. He could only wait for Wang Xiong to move forward and a new number 10 would appear. Wang Xiong, this is my full strength. If you can defeat me, show me your strength. If you can't, let's stop. There's no need to continue wasting our strength. We'll consider this a draw. After dozens of moves, Wang Xiong's strength was recognized by He. Because they didn't want to get hurt, neither he nor Wang Xiong were overly aggressive, awesome. As for Wang Xiong, after hearing He's words, he laughed out loud. Then, the power of the bloodline in his body erupted, displaying an even stronger strength. Since that's the case, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiong attacked again. It was as if he had turned into a completely different person. His entire body was filled with an arrogant aura, as if a god had descended to the world. At this moment, his sloppy figure seemed to have become incomparably tall. Bang! Wang Xiong's attack forced He back. Wang Xiong stood where he was, his body trembling slightly. Pu. He did not try to hide her injuries. She spat out a mouthful of blood. If he tried to hide it, he would suffer even more severe injuries. I admit defeat. As for He, she was straightforward. After Wang Xiong further displayed his strength, even if she still had the strength to fight with Wang Xiong, she didn't continue. If he continued to fight, he would most likely still lose in the end. Furthermore, he might even be injured further, which would affect his performance later on. There was no need to do so. His goal was to get into the top 10, not to defeat anyone. If he lost his chance of getting into the top 10 because of a moment of anger, it would be difficult for him to answer to the sect behind him. Whoosh! When Wang Xiong injured He with one attack and she took the initiative to admit defeat, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Wang Xiong is so strong. The Great Mansion's Han Mountain residence has really hidden an expert this time. I feel like Wang Xiong's strength is not any weaker than the two unparalleled prides from the Great Mansion who have obtained the tokens to get into the top 10. In the past, the unparalleled prides from the Great Mansion represented the strongest among the younger generation in the Great Mansion. However, now that Wang Xiong had made his move, it seemed like the unparalleled prides would be renamed as the three unparalleled prides. Or perhaps, Wang Xiong would suppress them and become the strongest person among the younger generation in the Great Mansion, causing the unparalleled prides to become history. How powerful! At this moment, not only were the people from the various major forces in the Great Mansion stunned, but even the group of prodigies from the Great Mansion's Han Mountain residence. The strength that Wang Xiong had displayed earlier had already shocked them. Now, even He, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion, had been defeated a few times. Unlike the prodigies from the Han Mountain residence, the high-ranking officials from the Han Mountain residence only had a joyful expression on their faces. They were not shocked at all. It was obvious they had long known Wang Xiong had such strength. Now that they saw Wang Xiong had made it into the top 10, they were overjoyed. At the very least, there was hope for them to enter the Saint Land secret zone. After defeating He, Wang Xiong became the new number 10 while He became the new number 11. Both of them had exchanged tokens. Then, it should have been number 10's turn to issue a challenge. However, since Wang Xiong had already used his only chance to issue a challenge, it was now number 9's turn. Number 9, please enter the arena. As Lin Donglai's voice resonated in the air, many pairs of eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian from all directions and landed on the cold figure standing not far away from him. Yang Qianye was the person who had obtained the number 9 token. Yang Qianye, although many of the prodigies from the Chunyang school were not familiar with Yang Qianye, they still hoped that Yang Qianye could bring glory to the Chunyang school, even though they felt that the chances were slim. Some of them comforted Yang Qianye. Yang Qianye, just do your best. Let Duan Lingtian fight for the top 10. Yes, you don't have to feel too much pressure. Under the gaze of the crowd and the persuasion of many disciples from the Chunyang school, Yang Qianye flew into the arena with an indifferent look on his face. Then, without looking at anyone, he said indifferently, "Number 5." In an instant, everyone's eyes, which were originally focused on Yang Qianye, shifted to the young man standing at the front of the Puppet Mountain Villa in the Qingju State Prefecture. Number 5 was the prodigy from the Puppet Mountain Villa. Shimen from the Puppet Mountain Villa. So far, everyone only knew that the young prodigy from the Puppet Mountain Villa was called Shimen, and most of them guessed that his surname was Shimen. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shimen flew into the air. His face was equally cold, and his body exuded an unapproachable aura. As soon as Shimen entered the arena and stood next to Yang Qianye, everyone felt that they were the same kind of people. The two of them faced each other, but neither of them made a sound. However, their auras were locked onto each other. Then, as soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the two of them attacked at the same time. It was an intense collision. What happened next shocked all the spectators. This was because they realized that Shimen from the Puppet Mountain Villa was not the only one who had concealed his strength. Even Yang Qianye from the Chunyang school was hiding his strength. The battle between the two of them was more intense than any of the previous battles. Both of them did not seem to have any intention of holding back. They attacked with all their might, and their divine power, which was infused with the profundities of the laws, collided violently. In the blink of an eye, 30 moves had passed, and the two of them were evenly matched. After 50 moves, it was still the same. After 100 moves, the two of them seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They retreated one after another, and the battle ended in a draw. At this moment, not only did the leader of the Puppet Villas group have an ugly expression, but even the virtual Jade Elder Yuan Hanjin from the Pure Sun sect side had an ugly expression. As early as when Yang Qianye and Shimen from the Puppet Mountain Villa had exchanged 50 moves, Yuan Hanjin had asked Yang Qianye and Shimen to end the battle in a draw and not consume too much divine power. However, Yang Qianye did not respond to him. It was not until he contacted the leader of the Puppet Mountain Villa, and the two of them put pressure on Yang Qianye and Shimen at the same time that the two of them stopped fighting. Yuan Hanjin did not think it was necessary for the two of them to consume so much divine power, and the people of the Puppet Mountain Villa thought it was even more unnecessary. Moreover, in their opinion, Yang Qianye was number 9. After this battle, it would be his turn to fight or be challenged in the next round. However, Shimen from the Puppet Mountain Villa, as number 5, might be challenged by number 7 next. Number 7 is Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flaming Howl sect. Lin Yuan is very strong, and he is the foreign aid that the Flaming Howl sect specially asked for. A prodigy like him will not take advantage of others' difficulties. The people of the Puppet Mountain Villa were already comforting themselves. After number 9 Yang Qianye and number 5 Shimen left the stage, the prodigy with number 8 token also entered the stage. He was one of the peerless duo from the famous mansion. For the time being, no one from the Chunyang school looked at the prodigy from the famous mansion. Their eyes all fell on Yang Qianye, and their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Yang Qianye was so strong. He did not even use his full strength in the previous round. In their opinion, based on the strength that Yang Qianye had just displayed, he might not even lose to Wang Xiong, the prodigy from the famous mansion's Han Mountain Villa. Yang Qianye, you're amazing. Yang Qianye, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I thought it was impossible for you to make it to the top 10 in the 7-mansion banquet. It seems that 2 prodigies from the Chunyang school will make it to the top 10 this time. The people from the Chunyang school were in high spirits. He Yushi, the prodigy of the Hao Shun sect from the Consonance Mansion, who had become the new number 11, was also looking at young Qianye from the Chunyang school. His expression was unusually solemn. I've underestimated him. I might not be a match for him. Previously, he had thought that young Qianye was a pushover and had planned to use him as a stepping stone. However, it seemed like he had been dreaming. I forfeit. At the same time, the number 8 prodigy who had entered the stage spoke. He shocked everyone and chose to forfeit. He did not challenge anyone in front of him. In fact, there was nothing he could do. He could only challenge number 4, number 6, and number 7. These 3 prodigies were Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Mansion, Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flaming Howl sect, and Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Netherworld Mansion. He had no chance of winning against these 3 prodigies. In that case, he might as well save his strength. Chapter 40-43. Number 7. As Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect spoke, a figure flew out from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect camp and entered the arena. It was a tall young man with a handsome face and sharp eyebrows. His temperament was extraordinary, and he gave off an otherworldly feeling just by standing there. He was the Flame Howl sect's prodigy, Lin Yuan. He was also the grandnephew that Lin Donglai had mentioned. Lin Yuan came from outside the 7 prefectures, but he was now a disciple of the Flame Howl sect. Therefore, no one said anything about him participating in the 7 prefectures banquet. If you have the ability, you can also ask for external help. After Lin Yuan entered the arena, his gaze landed on the Autumn Leaf Gate of Heavenly Star Mansion. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. Lin Yuan wants to challenge Luo Yuan? Luo Yuan was the Autumn Leaf Gate's prodigy of Heavenly Star Mansion, and this was only his current identity. His true identity was the prodigy that Heavenly Star Mansion had nurtured with all its resources. Earlier, he had displayed his powerful strength and let everyone see how extraordinary the prodigy that Heavenly Star Mansion had nurtured with all its resources was. This is going to be interesting. Lin Yuan wants to challenge Luo Yuan so soon? This is going to be a fierce battle. Yeah. Although Lin Yuan's strength is impressive, it's not at Luo Yuan's level. However, since he was invited by Elder Lin to join the Flame Howl sect and participate in the 7 prefectures banquet, it means that his strength is not to be underestimated. Looking at Elder Lin's current appearance, you're obviously not worried about Lin Yuan at all. He should be confident in Lin Yuan's strength. While everyone was paying attention to Lin Yuan, some were also paying attention to Lin Donglai. After all, Lin Yuan was his close relative, and he had been the one who had invited Lin Yuan to the Flame Howl sect. In their opinion, Lin Donglai must know Lin Yuan's strength very well. Since he was not worried, and he knew Luo Yuan's strength, he was obviously confident in Lin Yuan's strength. If Lin Yuan challenges Luo Yuan now, even if he has a chance of winning, he will have to pay a heavy price. If he is seriously injured, it will affect his chances of getting into the top 3. Many people felt the same way. Even Du and Lingtian felt the same way. At the same time, he vaguely realized that Lin Yuan might not challenge anyone. And according to the rules of the 7 prefectures grand banquet, he could forfeit and not challenge anyone. This was still better than challenging someone and then intentionally admitting defeat. Once he admitted defeat, even if he defeated everyone in the future, unless the person he defeated was defeated by someone else, he would only be second place at most, and would have no chance at first place. A short while later, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Yuan spoke. Luo Yuan, I should have challenged you. However, I still feel that there is no need for us to fight so early. Let's kick those who shouldn't be in front of us down first before we fight. What do you think? As soon as Lin Yuan spoke, many people were disappointed, but there were also some people who had an expression of as expected. Like Du and Lingtian, they also guessed that Lin Yuan might abstain. I agree. Luo Yuan smiled faintly. Don't worry. In this round, I will enter the 3rd place. Based on his words, it was obvious that he did not think highly of number 3, who was also one of the unparalleled prodigies of the famous prefecture. Although the famous prefecture's prodigy's expression was ugly, there was nothing he could do. After all, Luo Yuan was indeed stronger than him. It was not just Luo Yuan. Most of the people in the top 10 were stronger than him. Number 7 abstains. Number 6, enter the arena. After Lin Yuan left the arena, Lin Donglai spoke, and a beautiful figure flew over like a fairy and entered the arena in the blink of an eye. It was the Yuan clan's prodigy, Tuoba Xiu. She was also one of the only 2 females in the top 30 of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Will Tuoba Xiu challenge number 4 or 5? As Tuoba Xiu entered the arena, many people could not help but whisper among themselves. I don't think so. Number 4 is Luo Yuan, and he is definitely not weaker than her. As for number 5, he is the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Villa's prodigy. Judging from the strength he displayed earlier, he is also very strong. It's hard to say who will win if Tuoba Xiu fights with him. If I were Tuoba Xiu, I would choose to abstain. Once the first few spots have been confirmed, the final ranking battle will be held to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. I also think she will abstain. Due to Lin Yuan's abstention, even if Tuoba Xiu were to enter the arena now, the crowd was not in high spirits. In fact, they felt that Tuoba Xiu would most likely abstain. In the end, Tuoba Xiu did not disappoint them and chose to abstain. After Tuoba Xiu's abstention, it was number 5's turn. Shimen, the Qing State Prefecture's puppet villa's prodigy, who had previously been challenged by number 9 Yang Chenye, chose to abstain as well. 3 people have abstained in a row. Number 4, Luo Yuan, is finally going to enter the arena. Luo Yuan previously told Lin Yuan that he would enter the 3rd place in this round. Therefore, he won't abstain. There is no need for him to abstain. As expected, when it was Luo Yuan's turn, he did not abstain. Instead, he chose to challenge number 3, one of the famous prefecture's peerless twins. Earlier, number 8, the other of the peerless twins, had chosen to abstain. Now, one of his peers was being challenged by Luo Yuan. Although the crowd was confident in Luo Yuan's abilities, they also felt that Luo Yuan's opponent was one of the famous prefecture's peerless twins. Even if the peerless twins were no match for Luo Yuan, there would still be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that Luo Yuan would be able to injure the peerless twins' opponent within 3 moves? As for the peerless twins' opponent, he had admitted defeat in a timely manner. Clearly, he did not wish to aggravate his injuries. From the beginning to the end, in the eyes of the crowd, Luo Yuan had not done anything at all. Even if he had expended some of his divine power, he would be able to recover very quickly. Luo Yuan had won and replaced the famous prefecture's prodigy as number 3. As for the famous prefecture's prodigy, he had been demoted to number 4. In the next round, the famous prefecture's prodigy might be demoted to number 10. The current number 10, Wang Xiong of the Cold Mountain residence, will most likely challenge him. It's normal for Wang Xiong to challenge him. Earlier, Wang Xiong had displayed an extremely powerful strength, overshadowing the famous prefecture's peerless twins. If Wang Xiong defeats Wang Xiong in the next round, he will become the number 1 prodigy of the famous prefecture's younger generation. I don't think so. They are all from the same prefecture and will see each other frequently. If Wang Xiong does this, won't it be somewhat embarrassing? Wang Xiong's challenge might cause him to miss out on the top 10. You are thinking too much. Even if they are from the same prefecture and are not from the same faction, they won't concede in such a situation. The moment they concede, they will miss out on the top 10. After Luo Yuan became the new number 3, everyone's gazes shifted to the Tunglung province's Chunyang school before landing on Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian's turn now. Number 2, Duan Lingtian. He will most likely forfeit to preserve his strength. I also think he will forfeit. Before Duan Lingtian even entered the arena, the group of people present on the scene already thought he would choose to forfeit like the few people behind him. After that, they would wait for the top 10 to be confirmed before the final ranking battle. Duan Lingtian, forfeit this round. There is no need to exhaust too much of your godly power. At the same time, Zhen Pingfan's voice transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding him to forfeit this round. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, this was the best choice. This is also Marshal Uncle Yi's intention. Zhen Pingfan added. Evidently, Yi Chenfeng also felt that Duan Lingtian should forfeit this round. Duan Lingtian, forfeit. Liu Fengjiu had not spoken much to Duan Lingtian all this time. However, this time, he reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Forfeiting won't affect anything. There will be plenty of opportunities to challenge the current number one later. Faced with Zhen Pingfan and Liu Fenggu's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He smiled faintly and replied, I know what I'm doing. At the same time, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, announced, Number 2, enter the arena. Number 2. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian stepped out into the air, the gazes that were trained on him began to burn with passion. Although they thought Duan Lingtian would admit defeat, they were still curious about Duan Lingtian, a prodigy who had soared to the top in one go. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was different from the others. Although the others, such as Luo Yuan and Han Di, were also very strong, they were all at least 7,000 or 8,000 years old. As for Duan Lingtian, he was not even 3,000 years old. He was not even half as old as Luo Yuan and the others. If he could achieve this at such a young age, by the time he reached Luo Yuan and the others' age, he might already be a god emperor. Moreover, he might not even be a lesser god emperor. Duan Lingtian is too pitiful. If he were to participate in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet 5,000 years later at the age of 8,000, I'm afraid no one would be his match. Given the talent and comprehension ability Duan Lingtian has displayed, he will definitely become a god emperor in 5,000 years. Even if Duan Lingtian becomes a god emperor, as long as he is younger than 10,000 years old, he can still participate in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. Currently, a lot of people were feeling sorry for Duan Lingtian. The 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet was held once every 10,000 years. The age of the participants depended heavily on luck. If one was born not long after the previous 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, one would undoubtedly have an advantage in this 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. The later one was born, the less advantage one would have. For example, those of Duan Lingtian's age would only be at a disadvantage. In our sect, there are no disciples of Duan Lingtian's age who have entered the God Emperor realm. In our clan, no matter how high one's talent or comprehension ability is, one will not be able to participate in this 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. Amidst the lamentation of many people, almost everyone believed that Duan Lingtian would forfeit. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. Number 1, enter. Chapter 40-44. Number 1, enter the arena. His voice was calm and indifferent, but as soon as he said it, the whole place fell into a dead silence. Duan Lingtian did not give up. He allowed number 1 to enter the arena. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian's decision was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the people from Chunyang School were stunned at this moment. Obviously, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to do this. Duan Lingtian challenged number 1 directly. Isn't he afraid of exhausting his strength too early and being at a disadvantage later? Isn't this a little irrational? The people from Chunyang School could not understand Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Even the leaders of Chunyang School this time, Yi Chenfeng and Liu Fenggu, looked at each other speechlessly. Zhen Pingfan could not help but smile bitterly. This kid still wants to challenge his opponent in the end. You didn't persuade him? Yi Chenfeng asked. I did. Zhen Pingfan nodded. I also said that's what you meant. But now, do you think it'll work? This kid is a person with his own opinions. Maybe he has his own ideas. I also tried to persuade him. Liu Fenggu looked at the purple figure in the distance and murmured, maybe it's just as Junior Pingfan said. He has his own ideas. Now that Duan Lingtian had spoken, it was too late to take back the spilled water. They also knew that even if they wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian now, it was too late. I hope he can surprise us. Zhen Pingfan stared at the figure in the distance and murmured, however, his opponent this time is not simple. Han Di is the trump card of the Heaven's Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion. Han Di was the genius of the Heaven's Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion. He was not famous in the past, but once he appeared, he overshadowed the other geniuses of the Consonance Mansion. Duan Lingtian, Morchi Hong stood in the void in front of the Morchi clan and stared at the purple figure with a mocking smile. He's really strong. In this sort of situation, you're still unwilling to give up. From Morchi Hong's point of view, Duan Lingtian's behavior was arrogant to put it nicely, but it was stupid to put it bluntly. The others had all given up. Obviously, they did not want to let the people behind them take advantage of them. But you, Duan Lingtian, are different. Are you trying to show that you're different? Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't be too disappointing. Otherwise, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment defeating you when you're injured. Morchi Hong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. His tone was somewhat cold. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Morchi Hong's voice transmission. He instinctively glanced at Morchi Hong and saw Morchi Hong looking at him as though he was an idiot. Duan Lingtian only replied indifferently, I hope you still have the courage to challenge me after this battle. As for Morchi Hong's gaze, he directly ignored it. How could a sparrow or a swallow know the ambition of a swan? Whoosh! Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the person who was challenged by Duan Lingtian, the genius of the Heaven's Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion, Han Di, entered the arena. Han Di was a young man dressed in white. Although his appearance was ordinary, his temperament was extraordinary. In particular, there was always a smile on his face that made people feel as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. After he entered the arena, he cupped his hands politely at Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, I've long heard of your name. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to compete with you. I didn't expect to find an opportunity to do so at the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. I can't compare to Brother Han. Duan Lingtian smiled. Brother Han, you've endured for thousands of years. Once you've awakened, you're like a divine dragon soaring in the sky. Everyone looks up to you. Brother Duan, you must be joking. Han Di shook his head with a smile. I've always lived in seclusion. That's why not many people know of my existence. As for the thousands of years of enduring, they're just rumors. They can't be taken seriously. Duan Lingtian and Han Di chatted merrily. The crowd of onlookers stared at them without blinking. To them, the battle that was about to begin was definitely the most exciting battle since the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet began. Initially, they thought they would only be able to see such a battle at the end of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. However, they did not expect to see it in advance because Duan Lingtian did not forfeit. At this moment, everyone was looking at Duan Lingtian and Han Di with anticipation. They were curious to see who was stronger. One of them was a prodigy who had recently risen to prominence in Tung Lung province. Once he rose to prominence, he was extremely powerful. He had even defeated Morchi Hong, the former #1 prodigy among the younger generation in Tung Lung province. The other person was a hidden prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect. He was unknown in the past, but once he appeared, he overshadowed the prodigies from the Heaven's Equal sect. Both of them were top-notch prodigies in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Both of them had a chance to fight for the top 3 spots in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Now, however, they had to fight in advance. Although I don't know why Duan Lingtian didn't forfeit, this is a good thing for us. We can enjoy watching the battle this time. You're right. Now, we can finally focus and watch the battle between the top prodigies in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Perhaps, we can learn something from it. Duan Lingtian is skilled in the law of space, and Han Di is skilled in the law of destruction. The battle between the two of them will definitely be a fierce battle. The crowd was already looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Di. At the same time, Han Di's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He gave a suggestion and asked, "What do you think? This will be good for both of us. This way, both of us won't have to expend much energy. It won't affect the later stages of the competition, and we won't be taken advantage of." After hearing Han Di's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian immediately replied, "As long as you can convince Elder Lin, I have no objections. I don't think he'll refuse," Han Di said. Then, Han Di looked at Lin Donglai and said a few words through voice transmission. When Lin Donglai heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Han Di deeply before he finally looked at Duan Lingtian and asked loudly, "Duan Lingtian, Han Di said that you agree to his suggestion? I wonder what Elder Lin's suggestion is." Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile. Although Han Di would not go so far as to trick him, he would not agree to Lin Donglai's suggestion without knowing the reason. One must always be wary of others. He said that I'll set up a concealment formation so that the two of you can display your strength without being seen by the crowd. After that, the weaker one will admit defeat. Lin Donglai said. Lin Donglai's words caused an uproar among the crowd. How can that be? That's right. If that's the case, what's the point of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet? I refuse. I object as well. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the crowd began to protest as well. They felt that this was against the purpose of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. If everyone behaved this way, wouldn't it be easy to determine the winner in the concealment formation? It was entirely possible for one of them to tempt the other to admit defeat, right? Although the possibility was low, it was still possible. In the end, Duan Lingtian did not even have to say anything. Lin Donglai could feel the pressure from the crowd. He quickly looked at Han Di and said, "Number one, as you can see, it's not that I don't agree, it's that the others don't agree. Moreover, what they said makes sense as well. Once you do this, everything will become opaque. If you don't want to expend too much energy, you can stop here and quickly end the battle. The others might not know the details of the battle, but don't tell me you don't know." Due to the pressure from the people from the various mansions, Lin Donglai rejected Han Di's suggestion. Previously, Han Di had sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian about this. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian knew it was unrealistic. However, Han Di had always been polite to him, and it was difficult for him to dislike him. Therefore, he did not reject Han Di directly. Instead, he asked Han Di to ask Lin Donglai. Everything that happened next was just as he had expected. Han Di was too naive after all. Perhaps, this was the result of cultivating in closed-door cultivation and rarely appearing in front of others. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not sure if Han Di lacked social interaction. After all, Han Di had never appeared in front of the people from the Spirit Rhino Mansion. He might not have been cultivating in closed-door cultivation. Perhaps he was cultivating in some other place. In the end, Han Di could only give up on concealing his strength and secretly fight with Duan Lingtian. "Brother Duan, I'm sorry. I was too rash." After Han Di regained his senses, he realized the matter was not as simple as it seemed. He smiled awkwardly and apologized to Duan Lingtian. "It's no big deal." Duan Lingtian smiled. "However, if Brother Han wants to sense our strength at the smallest cost, it's actually not difficult. Just as Elder Lin said, we can use our short-lived strength to sense each other's strength in the shortest time possible. If either of us feels inferior to the other, we can just admit defeat." Duan Lingtian was the one who said the first sentence. However, the second sentence was said through voice transmission. "That's the only thing we can do now." Han Di agreed. At the same time, his expression gradually calmed down, and his gaze became serious. Lin Donglai said at the right time, "Both of you, when you're ready, let's fight." At Duan Lingtian and Han Di's level, both of them had been waiting since the beginning. Therefore, there was no need for them to make the first move. If one of them made a move, the other person would be able to react immediately. While Han Di's expression was calm and his gaze was serious, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually disappeared and was replaced with indifference. At the same time, his divine energy had already surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins. He was ready to cooperate with him at any time. "Brother Duan, I'll make my move now. When I'm close to you, I'll unleash my strongest strength. Of course, I'll pull back in time. You should do the same on your side," Han Di said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Chapter 40-45. Faced with Han Di's reminder, Duan Lingtian naturally felt a little helpless. Han Di was clearly a man and did not look like a wishy-washy person. However, when it came to this matter, why was he so wishy-washy? However, Han Di's suggestion was actually a good thing for him. Moreover, he did not have to worry about Han Di scheming against him because both of them were using their full strength. If either of them were to use their full strength, the other party would definitely be able to immediately close the gap and fight head-on. Under such circumstances, both of them would most likely suffer great losses. He did not think that Han Di would do that. "All right." Duan Lingtian responded. Then, when Han Di moved, he moved as well. A raging spatial storm pervaded the surface of his body and a high-grade divine sword flashed in his hand. Divine power and law profundity were integrated into it. The moment he got close to Han Di, he also displayed his sword principle. As for Han Di, when he got close to him, Duan Lingtian could also see the blood aura around his body. Combined with his divine power, divine weapon, and law profundity, he displayed an extremely powerful force. Their bodies almost brushed past each other. At the same time, the force of their attacks was carried away by inertia and was promptly withdrawn by them. They unleashed their full strength in the blink of an eye. After a moment, after the two of them passed each other, they changed positions and stood in the air, looking directly at each other. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Di with a calm expression. Han Di, on the other hand, was no longer as calm as before. The corners of his mouth curled up in a faint bitterness. At the same time, before anyone could react, Han Di had already laughed bitterly. "I admit defeat." He admitted defeat. As soon as Han Di's voice fell, the entire place fell into dead silence again. On the other hand, some of the high-ranking officials at the Divine Emperor stage stared at Duan Lingtian with a thoughtful expression on their faces. Earlier, when the two of them attacked, it was a flash in the pan. Moreover, it was towards the air. Even they had to watch carefully before they realized that something was amiss. Otherwise, when they saw Han Di admit defeat, they would also be confused and unable to understand. "I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this." Many old people shook their heads and sighed. "Duan Lingtian, when did you?" Over on the Pure Sun sect side, Zhen Pingfan's face was filled with shock. Beside him, Yi Chenfeng and Liu Fenggu's faces were also filled with shock. At this moment, they looked at the purple figure in the field and felt that the other party was completely different from what they knew. The Duan Lingtian they knew did not possess such strength. Han Di is actually very strong. It's a pity that he met the even stronger Duan Lingtian. Many Emperor God experts from various prefectures were sighing. At this very moment, the geniuses from the various prefectures and forces, as well as the higher-ups who had yet to enter the Emperor God realm, regained their senses and were still in a daze. What happened? Why did Han Di suddenly admit defeat? They didn't seem to be fighting just now, right? These people were originally very confused. However, when the Emperor God experts from their respective forces spoke, they understood what had happened behind Han Di's admission of defeat. As soon as Han Di and Duan Lingtian passed by each other, they unleashed a short-lived, all-out attack at the same time. After that, Han Di felt that he was not as good as Duan Lingtian and chose to admit defeat. Neither of them was injured. Although they had consumed some of their strength, they would have recovered to their peak by the time it was their turn. Han Di admitted that he is not as good as Duan Lingtian. "Ancestor, if they really fight, will Han Di lose?" "Not lose. It's just that there's a high chance that he will lose. The situation is constantly changing. This small difference in strength might be able to turn the situation around. If that's the case, why did he admit defeat?" Han Di didn't want to expend too much strength and was afraid that it would affect the fight for the top 3. Is that why he would rather give up the first place? Han Di is not confident enough. I think he thinks that his chances of winning against Duan Lingtian are not high, so he chose to conserve his strength and admit defeat. I think so too. Han Di is a smart person. When the people from the various mansions and forces learned from the God Emperors of their forces that Duan Lingtian and Han Di's full power attack had been short-lived and that Duan Lingtian had won, their reactions were different. Some thought Han Di was smart. Some thought Han Di did not dare to fight. If he fought, he might be able to keep the first place. Moreover, he might not be injured or exhausted. At that time, he might be able to win the first place in the Seven Mansions banquet. No matter what the crowd said, the result of the battle was clear. Han Di admitted defeat. Du and Lingtian won. The two of them exchanged their serial tokens. Du and Lingtian became the new number one. Brother Duan, you really live up to your reputation. After the exchange of tokens, Han Di sighed emotionally. It's hard to imagine that you're not even 3,000 years old. I'm really curious to see how much you'll grow if you have a few thousand more years. In Han Di's opinion, Duan Lingtian's battle prowess was already at the level of a middle-level divine emperor at such a young age. He was even stronger than a high-level divine emperor like him. If Duan Lingtian was given a few thousand more years, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying. Brother Han, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled humbly and nodded at Han Di. Then, he turned around and returned to the Chunyang school's camp. At this moment, when Duan Lingtian and Han Di returned, 99% of the people present had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian. Although most of them did not understand what had just happened, their eyes were filled with shock and confusion when they looked at Duan Lingtian after they understood the sequence of events. Duan Lingtian is too strong. He lives up to his reputation as the number one prodigy of the younger generation in Tunglung province. In the past, I thought it was because there was no one else in Tunglung province that made him famous. But now, it seems like I underestimated him. I think he just became a middle-level divine emperor not long ago, right? In such a short period of time, he had completely consolidated his cultivation. How did he do it? It's unimaginable, unbelievable. He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to consolidate his cultivation in such a short time. Not to mention the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, even in those godly venerable level forces, no matter how outstanding a young genius is, under normal circumstances, even with the full support of a godly venerable level force, it's impossible to consolidate the cultivation base of a newly advanced middle divine emperor in such a short time. He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old. Duan Lingtian was once again the center of attention. Previously, most of the people had only paid attention to him because they had heard of him before. Now that they had seen Duan Lingtian with their own eyes, although most of them were at a loss, they believed it when the emperor god experts from their respective forces explained it to them. Damn it! Unlike the others who were shocked, Mo Qihong's expression was extremely ugly after he confirmed Duan Lingtian's strength from the Mo Qi clan's golden seat elder, Mo Qi Yuning. Duan Lingtian had also consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. The reason he dared to challenge Duan Lingtian and even wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian and kill Duan Lingtian in the Seven Prefectures feast was because he had consolidated his cultivation with the help of the Mo Qi clan. He was not surprised that he had consolidated his cultivation. After all, it had been more than 100 years. It was only natural for him to consolidate his cultivation with the help of the Supreme Emperor Divine Pill. However, how many years had it been since Duan Lingtian became a middle-level divine emperor? How could he have consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor? When Duan Lingtian defeated him in the past, both he and Duan Lingtian had not consolidated their cultivation. This time, he felt that consolidating his cultivation was an advantage. However, now that he knew Duan Lingtian had consolidated his cultivation, the confidence he had built up crumbled. In the past, when he had not consolidated his cultivation, he had lost to Duan Lingtian. Now, he had consolidated his cultivation. Could he really defeat Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Mo Qihong began to doubt himself in the depths of his heart. His face turned green and pale. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to Mo Qihong's expression. After returning to the Chunyang school, he was busy dealing with Zhen Pingfan's questions. Duan Lingtian, when did you consolidate your cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor? How did you consolidate it? How is this possible? How long has it been since you broke through? Did you have a fortuitous encounter? Don't worry, tell me. I won't tell anyone. Moreover, your fortuitous encounter might not be suitable for others. They might not have any thoughts about it. Now, Zhen Pingfan's heart was filled with all kinds of questions because Duan Lingtian's attack had really shocked him. It could be said that it had stunned him. Now, when he recalled how he had comforted Duan Lingtian and told Duan Lingtian not to feel pressured and that it would be fine for him to get into the top 10, he felt somewhat ashamed. With such strength, it would be a waste if he only fought for the top 10. This time, you'll definitely be in the top 3. You might even get first place. Now, Zhen Pingfan's confidence was extremely inflated. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. I remember that you told me not to feel too pressured. The target you set for me was only the top 10, right? That was not set by me. It was Junior Uncle Yi who set the target for you. Zhen Pingfan's expression froze for a moment before he pushed the responsibility to Yi Chenfeng. Above the void, in a place where no one could see, a jade pavilion hung in the sky. It was surrounded by a faint fog, and it was faintly discernible behind the clouds. Brother, he's so strong. A pretty girl looked down. Her gaze pierced through the clouds and landed on the purple figure. Her pretty face was filled with excitement. Girl, since he's already reached this step, it won't be long before you two meet again. Not far away, an old woman sat behind a wooden table in the jade pavilion. She looked at the back of the girl with a doting expression and said with a smile. Behind the old woman stood a young girl and a middle-aged man. The two of them stood respectfully behind the old woman like servants. Chapter 40-46. Since the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Di had ended in a way that many people could not accept, the first round of the final stage of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet came to an end as well. At this time, it was already afternoon, and the sunset was faintly discernible in the horizon. The first round of the ranking battle has come to an end. The second round of challenges will begin tomorrow. As soon as Lin Donglai, the elder of the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect who supported the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, spoke, the people present on the scene began to disperse. Even when the crowd dispersed, Duan Lingtian was still the center of attention. It was only when Duan Lingtian left with the people from Chunyang School that the people who were staring at him regained their senses. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School in Tunglung Province to be so monstrous. He's even more terrifying than I imagined. The old ancestor gave him a high evaluation earlier. He said that with his current strength, very few high-level divine emperors are a match for him. It's hard to imagine that he's not even 3,000 years old. He's a peerless monster. While the people from the various prefectures and major forces were sighing, the people from the Morchi clan had also left. At this moment, the expressions of the people from the Morchi clan were unsightly. Many of them knew the strongest person among the younger generation in the Morchi clan, Morchi Hong, was here for Duan Lingtian. As long as he defeated Duan Lingtian, not only would he be able to avenge himself, but he would also be able to avenge the Morchi clan. However, the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier had completely destroyed the confidence they had in Morchi Hong. This was especially true when they saw the unsightly expression on Morchi Hong's face. At this moment, Morchi Hong's expression was still gloomy. It was obvious the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier had dealt a huge blow to him. You don't have to think about Duan Lingtian anymore. At this moment, Morchi Yuning sent a voice transmission to Morchi Hong. Even if you're not a match for him now, so what? Sooner or later, you'll have a chance to avenge him. A day and a night doesn't mean a lifetime. Let's not talk about others. Take Yi Chenfeng from the Hidden Sword progeny from Chunyang School for example. He didn't even make it into the top 20 in the 7 Prefectures Banquet 10,000 years ago. Who would have thought that he's someone who's not a match for anyone who participated in the 7 Prefectures Banquet? If you're talking about age, there were quite a few people younger than Yi Chenfeng back then. Duan Lingtian's a match, Morchi Yuning. Without exchanging blows, no one can know the exact difference between us. Don't Duan Lingtian's Duan sect SS. Duan Dutian's S. Duan Lingtian's clan S10 Dutian's previously, I was confident that you would make it into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet. But now, I only hope that you can maintain your position in the top 10. As for the top 3, if there's hope, we'll fight for it. If there's no hope, we won't force it. Mo Chi-Ning's attitude was only good in front of Mo Chi-Hong. In fact, deep in her heart, she was still somewhat unwilling. After all, the Mo Chi clan had spent a lot of resources on Mo Chi-Hong over the years. From the very beginning, they were aiming for Mo Chi-Hong to enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast. But who would have thought that so many monsters would appear at the feast of the 7 prefectures? The top 3 had also become very, very uncertain. Do you think that Duan Lingtian can enter the top 3? Mo Chi-Yuning did not expect that Mo Chi-Hong's first sound transmission to him would be to ask about this. Hearing this, Mo Chi-Yuning also said truthfully, with the strength he displayed today, he should have a very high chance of being in the top 3. Unless the others are still hiding a lot of their strength. Mo Chi-Hong fell silent when he heard Mo Chi-Yuning's words. However, with Mo Chi-Yuning's earlier persuasion, Mo Chi-Hong's condition had also changed imperceptibly. At the very least, he had now become much more normal. The people from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion's Qi Tian sect also left the feast of the 7 prefectures. The expressions of the upper echelons of the Qi Tian sect did not look good. On the other hand, Han Di's expression was calm. His gaze was also calm, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. The reason why the upper echelons of the Qi Tian sect did not look good was because they had high expectations of Han Di from the beginning. They felt that Han Di would most likely obtain first place in the feast of the 7 prefectures. In fact, when Han Di obtained the number 1 token, they felt that Han Di had a greater advantage. It was only a matter of time before he stabilized his position in the first place. However, they did not expect that Han Di would be defeated in the first round of the 7 prefectures feast ranking battle. He was defeated in the first position. The person who defeated him was number 2, the prodigy from the Tunglung province's Chunyang school who had recently become very famous. Forget it. There's no hope of obtaining first place. It's not bad to obtain the top 3. However, the expressions of the upper echelons of the Qi Tian sect gradually returned to normal as time passed. At the same time, their expectations of Han Di decreased as they comforted themselves in their hearts. Senior brother Han Di, is that Duan Lingtian really that strong? A disciple from the Qi Tian sect, who was more familiar with Han Di, approached him and asked. Although he lowered his voice, everyone present could still hear him clearly. They all looked at Han Di at the same time, wanting to see how he would respond. When Han Di heard the question from the person in front of him, he replied calmly, "He is indeed very strong. If I were to really fight him, I wouldn't have the confidence to last more than 10 moves. Moreover, that would be under the circumstances where I would defend with all my might." As soon as Han Di said that, everyone's eyes narrowed and they looked shocked. The prodigy from the Qi Tian sect actually said that he would not be able to last more than 10 moves against the Duan Lingtian if he were to really fight the Duan Lingtian. Was that Duan Lingtian really that strong? There's nothing to be surprised about. At that moment, the old man leading the Qi Tian sect spoke up. He said calmly, "In a battle between powerhouses, even if there is only a slight difference in strength, the outcome can be decided within 10 or even 3 moves. Although Han Di said that, it doesn't mean that his strength is much weaker than the Duan Lingtian." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man looked at Han Di and said, "Today, you made the right choice. It's important to preserve your strength. If you were to fight the Duan Lingtian with all your might today, you would definitely be injured. That would affect your performance later on and even affect your chances of getting into the top 3. Although we have high hopes for you in the 7 prefectures banquet this time, with the appearance of a variable like the Duan Lingtian, you can just get 2nd or 3rd place. Of course, it would be best if you could get 2nd place," the old man said. Naturally, Han Di hurriedly responded to him. That day's battle was considered a true display of strength for the Duan Lingtian. Of course, there were still some techniques that he did not display. For example, the law clone. If he were to really fight with Han Di, with the help of the law clone, he was confident that he could severely injure and defeat Han Di within 3 or even 2 moves. It was not that he wanted to injure Han Di intentionally. Rather, if he wanted to defeat Han Di in such a short period of 10 years, he could not afford to be overly cautious. He would have to focus fully on his attacks. Tomorrow will be the second round. I wonder if Luo Yuan will choose to challenge me or Han Di. Or perhaps, he will choose to forfeit. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed in his room. When he thought about the second round of the 7 prefectures banquet tomorrow, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. The current number 3 was no longer the genius from the famous prefecture. Instead, it was Luo Yuan. Now, the numbers 1 to 10 were Tungleng Province Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Consonants Prefectures Heavens Equal School, Han Di. Heavenly Stellar Prefectures Autumn Leaf School, Luo Yuan. One of the famous prefectures Exceptional Twins. Qing Province Prefectures Taowu Mountain Villa, West Gate. Netherworld Prefectures Yuan Clan, Tuoba Xiu. Profound Jade Prefectures Flame Howl Sect, Lin Yuan. The other of the famous prefectures Exceptional Twins. Tungleng Province Chunyang School, Yang Qianye. Hanshan residents of the famous prefecture, Wang Xiong. Other than Morchi Hong from the Morchi clan of Tungleng Province and Yuan Moyu from the Heavens Raw sect of the Qing State Prefecture, the rest of the young geniuses who had outstanding performances in the 7 prefectures banquet this time were in the top 10. Morchi Hong and Yuan Moyu were the only ones who had missed out on the other tokens because they had been so focused on competing for the number 1 token that they had only managed to obtain the last 2 tokens. Numbers 29 and 30. However, after the first round of challenges, Yuan Moyu and Morchi Hong had obtained the number 21 and 22 tokens respectively. Yuan Moyu will definitely enter the top 20 in tomorrow's challenge. That is, if Morchi Hong does not challenge him or fails to challenge him. Yuan Moyu will enter the top 20 tomorrow. Morchi Hong will have to wait until the 3rd round to enter the top 20. In any case, the famous prefecture and Tungleng province had stolen the limelight in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. After the first round of challenges, 3 of the top 10 geniuses were from the famous prefecture. 2 of them were from Tungleng province. Everyone knew that if Morchi Hong from the Morchi clan of Tungleng province had not been too greedy in the beginning and wanted to compete for the number 1 token, he would definitely have been one of the top 10 geniuses by now. Moreover, if he had entered the top 10, one of the 3 geniuses from the famous prefecture might have had to give up a spot for him. Not long after the people from the various prefectures and major forces had left, the glow of the sunset had completely descended, followed by the arrival of night. A night was usually just the blink of an eye for the people from the various prefectures and major forces. In fact, if they were cultivating, the night would have passed in a blink of an eye. However, on this night, many people were waiting for the 7 prefectures banquet to begin the next day. The 7 prefectures banquet had entered its final stage and would undoubtedly become more exciting as it progressed. This made many people excited and excited. Of course, these people were basically the young geniuses from the various prefectures and major forces. As the group of people waited, the night finally passed. At dawn the next day, the young geniuses from the various prefectures and major forces went out to wait for their elders to come out. Then, they would head to the 7 prefectures banquet together. Even the people from Chunyang School were no exception. These little fellows are all very excited. I don't usually see them this early. A Chunyang School elder could not help but shake his head as he looked at the group of young disciples who had already gathered together. Not long after, Yi Chenfeng, Liu Fenggu, and Zhen Pingfan also came out. Then, Duan Lingtian came late. On the other hand, Yang Qianye had come with his master, Yuan Hanjin, before Yi Chenfeng and the other 2 arrived. Chapter 40-47. At the scene of the 7 prefectures feast, Duan Lingtian followed the Chunyang school team to the scene. Apart from them, everyone from the various prefectures and major forces were present. They had become the last group of people to arrive. This time. Usually, we come at this time too, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the others, They were not surprised by this. Zhen Pingfan said to Yi Chenfeng, "Uncle Yi, I told you to bring them here earlier, but you didn't believe me. I guessed that they would come early today. As long as we're not late." Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. "Yes, we're not late." Zhen Pingfan felt a little helpless. "But if we came earlier and everyone was here earlier, wouldn't the second round of the 7 prefectures feast start earlier? If we came earlier, it would still take a day." Yi Chenfeng shook his head and said, "It's about the same. There's no rush." Zhen Pingfan was completely speechless upon hearing this. At the same time, after the Chunyang school team arrived, the elder of the Flame Howl sect, Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the 7 prefectures feast, also appeared. "Everyone, today is the second round of the ranking battle." After Lin Donglai appeared, he did not say much and immediately announced the start of the second round of the 7 prefectures feast. At the same time, he called out to a young man in the distance. "Number 30, please enter." Number 30 was the person who was eliminated by Yuan Moyu, the Heaven's Howl sect of the state prefecture of Qing. Speaking of which, he was also unlucky. It was not easy for him to get the token that was closest to the top 20, but he lost it in the first round and was replaced with number 30. Of course, although he was replaced, he did not have any complaints, because he was indeed not as good as others. He even felt that there was a huge gap between him and the Heaven's Pride of the state prefecture of Qing. Not to mention him, even if 3 or 5 of him went up together, they would not be a match for him. Number 21 and 22 are definitely impossible to challenge. I can only choose those who are closer to the top and whom I have confidence in. After number 30 entered, he began to look for his target. Finally, he locked on to number 24. However, he failed the challenge. He could only continue to hold his number 30 token obediently. Are all of you so insidious? This number 24 didn't seem to be stronger than me earlier. I didn't expect him to be so strong against me. At that instant, the 30th ranked genius was in a very bad mood. Number 29. However, Lin Donglai didn't care about number 30's feelings. When number 30 was about to leave, Lin Donglai asked number 29 to enter. One by one, people entered the arena to challenge. Some succeeded, while others failed. As time passed, it was soon Mo Chi Hong's turn on the 22nd contestant. When Mo Chi Hong entered the arena, many people thought that he would forfeit. Now, he only had 2 choices. Either he fought Yuan Mo Yu on the 21st, or he forfeited. The second option would allow them to preserve their strength. The first choice was to fight Yuan Mo Yu, and that would put him in danger of being injured. The number 22 was actually a little awkward in this 7 prefectures feast ranking battle, because he could only challenge number 21, and couldn't surpass number 21 to challenge number 20. Forfeit. In the end, just as everyone had guessed, Mo Chi Hong chose to forfeit. In fact, this was his best choice. In fact, the patriarch of the Mo Chi clan, Mo Chi Yuning, had asked him to forfeit yesterday. Moreover, he knew this was his only choice. Yuan Mo Yu would challenge number 21 in the next round, and he would enter the top 20 in the next round. After Mo Chi Hong forfeited, it was Yuan Mo Yu's turn. Naturally, Yuan Mo Yu would not forfeit. This was his chance to enter the top 20. If he forfeited, he would have to wait for the next round, and it would be meaningless. I don't seem to have any other choice. Number 20, it's your turn. Although number 20 was strong, he could only be unlucky when he encountered Yuan Mo Yu. Yuan Mo Yu's one strike completely routed all of his means, defeating him. Yuan Mo Yu had entered the top 20. He had the right to challenge number 11 in the next round. As long as he succeeded, he would have a chance to enter the top 10 in the next round. Elder Zhen. At the Pure Sun sect side, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of a problem, and he couldn't help but ask Zhen Pingfan. There seems to be a slight loophole in the rules of this ranking battle. If a few people from our Pure Sun sect obtain the number 10 command token and send the strongest person to guard the door at number 10 and prevent the people behind from entering the top 10, then wouldn't our Pure Sun sect be able to directly obtain a few positions in the top 10 in the end? That's indeed the case. Zhen Pingfan nodded and then said, however, If there's someone with extraordinary strength who's blocked from entering the top 10 because of the rules, according to the earliest rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, he might have a chance to enter the top 10. Duan Lingtian was stunned. There was a way to enter the top 10? From what we know of the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, there's no mention of this, right? Duan Lingtian asked. He racked his brains but couldn't remember such a rule. This rule has always been there, but it's not applicable, so gradually no one mentioned it. However, once the situation you mentioned occurs, this rule will also come into play. Zhen Pingfan said. What rule? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Zhen Pingfan didn't keep him in suspense. If such a situation occurs, the young prodigies who are blocked out of the top 10 and the forces behind them can apply to challenge anyone in the top 10. However, they have to pay 1 million liang of divine crystals or treasures worth no less than 1 million liang of divine crystals as an entry fee. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile, and the 1 million liang of divine crystals they pay is an extra reward for the champion of the 7 Prefectures Feast. Of course, as long as they enter the top 10 using this method, they can continue to fight for the top 3. If they feel that the third place is deliberately creating obstacles to prevent them from entering the top 3, if they and the forces behind them have any objections, they can spend another 10 million liang of divine crystals to challenge the first or second place. The 10 million liang of divine crystals will also become the reward for the champion. Zhen Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued. In other words, if they have the ability to obtain the first place, the divine crystals they pay will return to them in the end. If they don't obtain the first place, even if they obtain the second place, the divine crystals will become the extra reward for the champion. However, such a situation usually doesn't occur. First of all, the competition for the numbered tokens also depends on one's strength. If a person from a force isn't strong enough, it'll be very difficult for them to obtain the numbered tokens at the top. Of course, there's also the possibility of people from different forces working together. Under such circumstances, the rule I mentioned earlier is also a way for those who are blocked to bypass the gatekeepers and move forward. It's precisely because of this rule that the situation you mentioned has never occurred in the 7 Prefectures Feast. Later on, unless they specifically ask about it, even the higher-ups of the major forces don't mention this rule to the juniors. Unless the juniors have doubts about it. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast. If there was such a rule, there would be no need to worry about people intentionally blocking the path. While Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan were communicating through voice transmission, another 2 people went up one after another. One of them successfully challenged his target while the other failed. As time passed, it was soon the turn of number 11 who had not been challenged. It was He Yushi, the prodigy of the Spirit Consonance Mansion's Haoshan sect. He Yushi was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion before Han Di from the Qi Tian sect of the Spirit Consonance Mansion revealed his strength. However, at this moment, he was in an awkward position. He could only challenge number 10. As for number 10, Wang Xiong, who had defeated him in the previous round, there was no need for him to challenge him at all. Moreover, he was not qualified to challenge Wang Xiong since he had already been defeated by Wang Xiong. For this reason, when it was He Yushi's turn, Lin Donglai, the MC, skipped over him and looked at Wang Xiong from the Han Mountain Mansion. Number 10, please enter the arena. After Wang Xiong entered the arena, the emotions of the spectators, who were initially low, were completely lifted at this moment. Who do you think Wang Xiong will challenge? The person in front of Wang Xiong is number 9, Yang Qianye. His strength is extraordinary, and it's obvious he's stronger than the prodigy from number 8. As for the people in front of him, apart from the prodigy from number 4, the rest are not pushovers. I think he'll challenge one of the prodigies from the famous mansion. Both number 8 and number 4 are prodigies from the famous mansion like him. Moreover, both of them are known as the peerless twin prodigies in the famous mansion. They're widely acknowledged as the 2 most outstanding prodigies among the younger generation in the famous mansion. If he defeats both of them today, even if he only defeats one of them, he'll be recognized as the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the famous mansion. I think he'll challenge number 8 and number 4 as well. I wonder what he'll choose. If he challenges number 4, he might be challenged by the people behind him. I think it's safer for him to challenge number 8, right? If he challenges number 8 and becomes the new number 8, young Chenye will definitely challenge number 4 or forfeit. At that time, he'll be safe and won't have to worry about being challenged by the other prodigies. At this moment, the crowd was clearly worried about Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong, on the other hand, was mentally exhausted. Is it so easy to guess what I'm thinking? Finally, Wang Xiong spoke, challenging the number 8, the young man who was also a heaven's chosen of the Great Manor, one of the twin prides of the Great Manor's younger generation. Senior brother Wang Xiong. If senior brother Wang Xiong defeats him, he'll be the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the famous mansion. When the Sky Pride from the famous mansion entered the arena, many people from the famous mansion's Han Mountain residence had their eyes lit up. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Chapter 40-48. In the past, Wang Xiong was not well known in the famous prefecture. Even in the Cold Mountain residence, he was not well known. Although many people knew of his existence, they thought he was just an ordinary genius. However, they did not expect Wang Xiong to display strength beyond their imagination in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet this time. This made them realize that Wang Xiong had been hiding his strength in the past. Perhaps it was for the sake of shocking everyone in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Previously, when Wang Xiong was selected as a seeded contestant, the group of prodigies from the Cold Mountain residence were actually somewhat stunned. It was only when Wang Xiong displayed his strength that they realized he was not as simple as they thought. Wang Xiong had been hiding his strength all along. If a few prodigies from the Cold Mountain residence were unconvinced when they first found out Wang Xiong was selected as a seeded contestant, then after Wang Xiong displayed his strength, they were completely convinced. In fact, when they saw Wang Xiong advancing all the way and even entering the top 10, they felt proud that their Cold Mountain residence had such a prodigy. As members of the Cold Mountain residence, they were bound together in this grand banquet organized by the 7 prefectures. Wang Xiong, I've never heard of someone like you in the Cold Mountain residence before. You've really hidden your strength well. One of the peerless prodigies of the famous prefecture looked at Wang Xiong and said solemnly. As one of the 2 most outstanding prodigies of the younger generation in the famous prefecture, he was usually arrogant. Unless it was the most outstanding prodigies of the various forces in the famous prefecture, he basically did not know anyone else. Not only did he not know Wang Xiong in the past, he had never even heard of him. However, today, someone he had never heard of in the famous prefecture wanted to challenge him. If the other party succeeded in the challenge, he would no longer be the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation in the famous prefecture. I, Wang Xiong, am just a nobody. It's normal that you haven't heard of me, senior brother Lung. Wang Xiong said with a slight smile. A nobody? The other party was first stunned when he heard this, then he laughed self-deprecatingly. A nobody can obtain a number token to enter the top 20 in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet ranking tournament. A nobody can enter the top 10 in the first round of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet ranking tournament. Judging from the other party's expression, he was obviously somewhat shocked by Wang Xiong. However, after a moment, he took a deep breath. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's determine the victor. I also want to see the strength of our great mansion's hidden genius. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was already wrapped in divine power, and the profundities of lore flashed out in an instant. At the same time, his entire body exuded an awe-inspiring might. In the next instant, at the same time he finished speaking, his entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards Wang Xiong, choosing to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Wang Xiong's strength was not to be underestimated. Especially Wang Xiong's terrifying defense. Even he might not be able to completely break through it in a short period of time. Boom. Rumble. Wang Xiong and one of the 2 peerless geniuses from the famous prefecture battled each other, causing shockwaves to sweep across the surroundings. However, Both of them were easily annihilated by Lin Donglai, the host of the Seven Prefectures banquet. With Lin Donglai, a middle god emperor around, even if they were to attack others, it would be difficult for them to injure others, let alone the residual power of their attacks. The famous prefecture's peerless geniuses are indeed worthy of their reputation. Previously, one of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th was defeated by Luo Yuan so quickly. I initially thought that the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses were only SOSO. Now, it seems like he might not be weak. Instead, it might be that Luo Yuan is too strong. Now, based on the strength of the other of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses, it's clear that the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th isn't weak. The only reason he was defeated so quickly was because Luo Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly and didn't want to waste too much energy. Now, the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 8th had made a move. While surprising everyone, it had also cleared the name of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th. After all, the two of them had similar strength and were equally famous in the famous prefecture. As for the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th, after being defeated by Luo Yuan and hearing the mockery of the crowd, his expression finally turned for the better. See that? It's not that I'm too weak. It's that Luo Yuan is too strong. Moreover, I was only defeated by Luo Yuan so quickly because I was careless. If I had known that he would unleash his strength so quickly, I wouldn't have been careless. I would definitely have been able to last more than 10 moves against him. However, the two of us might not be a match for Wang Xiong. The famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked equally with the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 8th said with a sigh, "Initially, I was hoping to make it into the top 3. Now, it seems like I'll be lucky if I can even make it into the top 10. Wang Xiong is very strong, and Yang Chenye is very strong as well. It's almost impossible for the others to win. Moreover, Yuan Moyu and Mo Hong have yet to make it into the top 10. If we're not a match for Wang Xiong, 8 of the top 10 spots will be taken away. If we're not a match for Yang Chenye, 9 of the top 10 spots will be taken away. Moreover, before Han Di from the Heaven's Equal sect of the Spirit Consonance Mansion appeared, there's still He Yushi, who was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion. I'm not confident I can defeat He Yushi. I'm sure he isn't as confident as I am. The top 10. This is going to be troublesome. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius thought of this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. While the famous prefecture's peerless genius was lost in his thoughts, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. Wang Xiong, who had been on the defensive all this while, suddenly saw the famous prefecture's peerless genius attacking him fiercely. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius saw this, the famous prefecture's peerless genius activated his bloodline power. Similarly, Wang Xiong activated his bloodline power. After 3 moves, the famous prefecture's peerless genius was injured. However, his injuries were not serious. On the other hand, Wang Xiong's complexion only changed a little. I admit defeat. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius saw Wang Xiong charging at him again as though he was on steroids, the famous prefecture's peerless genius finally admitted defeat. He did not dare to continue. If he continued, he was not confident he could win. Moreover, he might be severely injured, which would affect his performance later on. There's no hope of making it into the top 3, but we have to make it into the top 10. This was also the warning that the leader of the famous prefecture's peerless genius behind him had given him. He did not want him to continue fighting if he knew he was no match for Wang Xiong. He did not want to lose the big picture. He won. Senior brother Wang Xiong won. Following Wang Xiong's victory, the famous prefecture's Cold Mountain residents was in an uproar. Their Cold Mountain residents had produced an amazing person who had overshadowed the peerless duo. From today onwards, the #1 genius of the famous prefecture's younger generation would belong to their Cold Mountain residents. With Wang Xiong's strength, he will definitely be in the top 10. As a spectator, Duan Lingtian personally witnessed Wang Xiong's strength that he had not displayed before. However, he also noticed the beads of sweat on Wang Xiong's forehead. Although the beads of sweat were instantly evaporated by Wang Xiong's divine energy, Duan Lingtian still managed to catch a glimpse of it at that moment. Obviously, even if Wang Xiong did not use his full strength this time, he was close to using it. After Wang Xiong defeated the famous prefecture's peerless genius, he exchanged serial tokens with the famous prefecture's peerless genius and entered the 8th place. At this moment, it was the famous prefecture's peerless genius' turn to issue a challenge. Will Yang Chenye forfeit? Although Yang Chenye had displayed extraordinary strength previously, in the eyes of the crowd, Yang Chenye was at most on the same level as the famous prefecture's peerless duo. The person in front of him now was only slightly weaker than the famous prefecture's peerless genius. If he was not confident in defeating his opponent, forfeiting was undoubtedly the best choice. Number 4. Just when most people thought that Yang Chenye would forfeit after entering the arena, including many disciples of the Chunyang school, Yang Chenye opened his mouth and issued a challenge to the peerless genius. He did not forfeit. For a moment, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Obviously, this result was out of many people's expectations. Yang Chenye hasn't used his full strength yet. Many people secretly guessed. Following that, when the peerless genius from the famous prefecture entered the arena and fought with Yang Chenye, their guesses were confirmed. Indeed, Yang Chenye had not used his full strength previously. Now, he had displayed even more strength than before and defeated the peerless genius from the famous prefecture. Yang Chenye's strength is not inferior to Wang Xiong's. I just don't know if this is their full strength. If I remember correctly, Yang Chenye is also from the Chunyang school in Tunglung province, right? This time, there are 2 monsters in the Chunyang school in Tunglung province. Duan Lingtian is still fine since he's mentally prepared. But where did Yang Chenye come from? I've never heard of his name before. Unlike the Duan Lingtian who had been famous in the 7 prefectures for a long time, Yang Chenye's name was probably only known by some people from the top forces in Tunglung province. This was because those people had planned to recruit Yang Chenye. Of course, they had only sent ordinary elders to contact Yang Chenye. No one had expected Yang Chenye to grow to such an extent. My grand disciple seems to have sent someone to contact Yang Chenye. According to him, although Yang Chenye's talent and comprehension are good, he's only above average in the 7 Kills Valley. How did he become so strong? One of the god emperors from the 7 Kills Valley said in confusion. The people from the 7 Kills Valley were not the only ones who were confused. The people from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, and the Morchi clan were also confused. That supreme divine dwelling allowed Yang Chenye to grow to such a level in such a short time? Unlike the others, Duan Lingtian only had one thought in his mind at this moment. The divine abode. He would have a chance to enter the divine abode after the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. If Yang Chenye had improved so much after entering the divine abode, who knew if he would improve even more? Chapter 40-49. Now, it was not only the people from the various prefectures who were shocked by Yang Chenye's strength. Even the higher-ups of Chunyang school, including Yi Chenfeng and Liu Fenggu, were either shocked or surprised. At the same time, many people subconsciously turned to look at Yang Chenye's master, Yuan Hanjin, the Jade Void Elder of Pingsheng's branch. Yuan Hanjin was Yang Chenye's master. Now, some of them even looked at Yuan Hanjin with envy and jealousy. Yuan Hanjin himself was smiling, but he did not seem surprised. It was as if he had known Yang Chenye's strength for a long time. Elder Yuan Hanjin, it seems that you already knew Yang Chenye's strength. A Jade Void Elder of Chunyang school looked at Yuan Hanjin and said with a sigh. Yuan Hanjin smiled when he heard this. I just found out. This time, this good-for-nothing disciple of mine has given me quite a pleasant surprise. Hearing Yuan Hanjin say that Yang Chenye was a good-for-nothing disciple, the group of Chunyang school elders present began to curse Yuan Hanjin secretly. If this disciple was a good-for-nothing, what was the point of their disciple? Was he a good-for-nothing? Elder Yuan Hanjin, it seems that Yang Chenye also has a chance to enter the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast this time. If this is true, with Duan Lingtian, our Chunyang school will have 2 people in the top 10 this time. Another Chunyang school elder sighed and said, at that time, our Chunyang school will get at least 4 places to enter the secret realm of the Holy Land. At least 5 places. The Chunyang school elder who spoke first said very confidently, Duan Lingtian will definitely be in the top 3. As long as Yang Chenye can keep his place in the top 10, our Chunyang school will get at least 5 places to enter the secret realm of the Holy Land. Now, the group of Chunyang school elders was obviously excited. At least 5 places. If there were so many places, even some of the Jingshu elders who had no hope of getting a place would have a chance to enter the secret realm of the Holy Land this time. Whether it was the juniors of the Jingshu elders who had no hope of getting a place or the Chunyang school elders who had nothing to do with them, they were now happy for them. For most of the Chunyang school elders, the more intermediate god emperors entered the secret realm of the Holy Land, the greater the possibility of the emergence of an advanced god emperor. And the moment their pure sun sect gave birth to a high-level god emperor, they would officially become the number 1 power in the entire Eastern Mountain Prefecture. That would only be good for them and not bad for them. Yang Chenye is so strong. However, the group of pure sun sect disciples present were all extremely shocked when they saw Yang Chenye return. Because no one knew that Yang Qiu Yang was this strong. Even the disciples of the Ping Sheng branch were dumbfounded at this time. How could there be such a powerful person in the Ping Sheng branch? Moreover, this person was not an unknown person. Usually, he was right in front of them, but they did not take him seriously because they thought that he was only a lower god emperor and his strength was far inferior to theirs. They did not expect that in this 7 prefectures feast, this person had not only stepped into the realm of a middle god emperor, but also consolidated his cultivation and showed amazing profundities of the law. His strength had completely crushed them. The Ping Sheng branch's geniuses had complicated expressions at this time. As for the pure sun sect disciples who originally wanted to ask these heavens prides of Ping Sheng about Yang Chenye, saw from their expressions that they didn't know how strong Yang Chenye was before. However, some of them could not help but ask these geniuses about Yang Chenye. However, their understanding of Yang Chenye was only that he was a disciple of Yuan Hanjin and a lower god emperor. Now, Yang Chenye was also a stranger to them. Congratulations. After Yang Chenye returned, Duan Lingtian looked at him and congratulated him through sound transmission. Yang Chenye looked at Duan Lingtian and said through sound transmission, although you are not as good as me now, I believe that one day, I will catch up to you. At that time, maybe I will continue to think about avenging Du Chenjun and Du Pejuan brothers. Yang Chenye said in a low voice. Then I will wait for you to avenge them. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly but did not explain. The deaths of Du Chenjun and Du Pejuan were not directly related to him. If they really wanted to get to the bottom of it, the deaths of the Du brothers were related to him. At this moment, Yang Chenye was the center of attention. However, when the host of the 7 prefectures feast, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect spoke, everyone turned their attention to him. Number 7 will enter. Yang Chenye was number 9. After his challenge, it should be number 8's turn to enter. However, because number 8 was Wang Xiong, who had jumped up from number 10 earlier, according to the rules of the 7 prefectures feast, he was directly skipped. Number 7 was still the prodigy of the mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, Lin Yuan. This time, after Lin Yuan entered, many people were looking forward to him challenging the person in front of him. Because Lin Yuan had forfeited in the previous round, he did not make a move. It was also because he did not forfeit in the previous 2 rounds that many people were looking forward to him challenging the person in front of him. However, when Lin Yuan spoke, the little hope that rose in their hearts was directly strangled in the cradle. I forfeit. Lin Yuan forfeited. As for the reason, he did not explain, but everyone present knew that he must have the same idea as the previous round. He wanted to wait until the top 10 was confirmed before making a move. For now, he would save his energy. Number 6. Lin Yuan forfeited. It was number 6's turn, Tuoba Xiu of the Yuan clan of the Earth Underworld Mansion. After Tuoba Xiu went up, he looked at Yang Chenye, who was number 4, a few more times and ultimately forfeited like Lin Yuan. Number 5 was next. Number 5 was the prodigy of the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa, Shimen. In the previous round, He was challenged by Yang Chenye and ended in a draw. It was also at that time that he, the prodigy of the Qing State Prefecture's puppet villa, officially appeared in front of everyone. Like Yang Chenye, Shimon used to be a nobody in the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa. Many people guessed that Shimon was a prodigy secretly cultivated by the puppet villa in order to compete for the top 10 in the 7 Prefectures feast. I forfeit. Shimon chose to forfeit. However, before he left, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Shimon and saw that Shimon glanced at him with a somewhat complicated gaze. This gaze made Duan Lingtian very puzzled. Do I know him? If I don't know him, why is he looking at me with such a gaze? This question did not last long. As number 3 entered the arena, Duan Lingtian's attention was drawn again. As for number 4, it was Yang Chenye, who had advanced earlier. Like Wang Xiong, he did not have a chance to challenge anyone in this round as he had already used up all his previous chances. Number 3, Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaves sect of the Tianchen Prefecture. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan had advanced from number 4 in the previous round. According to the rules of the 7 Prefectures feast, he could only challenge number 3. In this round, as number 3, he was qualified to challenge number 2 and number 1. Number 2 was Han Di from the Qi Tian sect of the Consonants Prefecture. Number 1 was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was also curious as to whether Luo Yuan would challenge him or Han Di. I forfeit. However, his curiosity wasn't dispelled just because Luo Yuan had chosen to forfeit the battle. As long as Luo Yuan did not fall out of the top 3, it was only a matter of time before he challenged either him or Han Di. The second round of the ranking battle has ended. After Luo Yuan forfeited, Lin Donglai announced loudly under the disappointed gazes of many people. The third round of the ranking battle will continue tomorrow. Now, all of you may disperse. Luo Yuan's forfeit in the second round of the ranking battle signified the end of the competition. Under normal circumstances, it should be number 2's turn to challenge Duan Lingtian. However, number 2 had lost to Duan Lingtian, who was currently number 1 in the previous round, so he no longer had the chance to challenge Duan Lingtian. So long as Duan Lingtian did not lose to anyone else, he would no longer have the opportunity to challenge Duan Lingtian in the upcoming 7 Prefectures feast. Unless Duan Lingtian was defeated by someone else and Luo Yuan defeated him in the end. Under such circumstances, according to the rules of the 7 Prefectures feast, he would once again have the opportunity to challenge Duan Lingtian. After all, some people would always find a way to break through under a certain amount of pressure. This was not a rare occurrence. In fact, it had happened many times in the history of the 7 Prefectures feast. As the crowd dispersed, a majority of them still felt somewhat unsatisfied. However, even more people were looking forward to the next day. Tomorrow, the third round of the 7 Prefectures feast ranking battle would begin. Of course, there were also some people who were not looking forward to it. They felt that it would be difficult for the top 10 to continue fighting. Based on the current situation, the only thing worth seeing tomorrow is Yuan Moyu from the Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect getting into the top 10. As for Mo Chi-hong from the Mo Chi clan in the East Ridge Prefecture, he will be able to advance to the 21st position tomorrow. If Mo Chi-hong can enter 20th place in the 4th round, he will have to wait until the 6th round before he can enter the top 10. When that time comes, the top 10 will basically be decided. That's right. After a few rounds, the weak will definitely be eliminated from the top 10. Do you guys think that the exceptional duo from the famous prefectures will be able to stay in the top 10? I think it's almost impossible. Currently, there are 8 people in the top 10 who are definitely stronger than them. Duan Lingtian, Han Di, Luo Yuan, Yang Chenye, Tuoba Xiu, Lin Yuan, Shimon. Can they be stronger than Mo Chi-hong and Yuan Moyu? I think so too. The top 10 will be decided after the 2 of them are eliminated, and Mo Chi-hong and Yuan Moyu will enter. Over the next few days, the last few rounds of the 7 Prefectures ranking tournament were completed. Just as many people had guessed on the day the second round ended, the top 10 were completely determined and unshakable. These 10 people, from top to bottom, were number 1, Duan Lingtian. Number 2, Han Di. Number 3, Luo Yuan. Number 4, Yuan Moyu. Number 5, Shimon. Number 6, Tuoba Xiu. Number 7, Lin Yuan. Number 8, Wang Xiong. Number 9, Yang Qianye. Number 10, Mochi Hong. Chapter 40-50. While the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast was decided, some people were happy while others were sad. For example, the forces behind the 2 peerless prides were greatly disappointed this time. They never would have thought that their people wouldn't even be able to get into the top 11. Initially, they thought that they would at least be able to get a place in the top 10. However, they did not expect that there would be so many unexpected and unstable factors in the 7 prefectures feast this time. Many forces had hidden prodigies who were not well known in the past. They only showed their strength after the 7 prefectures feast this time and shocked everyone. I thought that Yang Qianye from the Pure Yang sect would be able to secure 4th place when the top 10 were confirmed. Who would have thought that Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qing would challenge him and defeat him? Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the 7 prefectures feast with the Chunyang school group when he heard many whispers from the other forces who had just arrived. Yesterday, Yuan Moyu, the prodigy from Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect, who had obtained the number 9 token, challenged Yang Qianye directly when everyone thought he was going to forfeit. After 30 moves, Yuan Moyu gained the upper hand and injured Yang Qianye. Then, Yang Qianye admitted defeat. Yang Qianye might not admit defeat himself. Before he admitted defeat, he glanced in the direction of Chunyang School. Obviously, someone from Chunyang School told him to admit defeat. Not only did the other forces think so, but Duan Lingtian also thought so. This did not mean that Yang Qianye was someone who did not care about the big picture, but he did not seem like someone who would admit defeat under such circumstances. Because Yuan Moyu had defeated Yang Qianye's ranking was replaced by Yuan Moyu, and Yang Qianye himself returned to 9th place. Previously, he was the holder of the number 9 token. When everyone from the various prefectures and forces had arrived, Elder Lin Donglai of Xuanyu Prefecture's Flame Howling sect stood in the air above the 7 prefectures feast and scanned the surroundings indifferently. The ranking battle of the 7 prefectures feast. Is there anyone who is not satisfied with the current rankings? Is there anyone who wants to pay a price and challenge the top 10? Lin Donglai asked as soon as he spoke. In the beginning, many people didn't know what he meant because the upper echelons of many forces didn't mention this to the geniuses on their side. Because there was basically no need to do so. Unless someone deliberately blocked the path at the 10th place. But now, the 10th place belonged to Mochi Hong of the Mochi family in Tunglung province. Moreover, there was no one from the Mochi family in the top 10, let alone anyone weaker than him in the Mochi family. Who was he blocking the way for? Although blocking the way didn't have to be for the people from their own faction, it could also be for the people from other factions in their own prefecture. However, the other 2 people from Tunglung province who were in the top 10 were Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School and Yang Qianye from Chunyang School. Their strength was obvious to all, so it was understandable that they were in the top 10. Under these circumstances, there was naturally no one who applied to break the rules. If they did, then what was the difference between that and giving divine crystals to the winner of the 7 prefectures banquet? You can do that. I didn't know there was such a rule. This way, it'll prevent people from blocking the way with malicious intent. I was wondering if we could take advantage of the loophole in the 7 prefectures feast and pay a certain price to find a powerhouse to block the way for the weaker ones to stay in the top 10. But now, it seems like I'm indulging in fantasy. The 7 prefectures feast has been held for many years. The seniors in the past weren't fools. If there was a loophole, they would have taken advantage of it long ago. Once someone takes advantage of it, they'll definitely improve it next time. That's right. Don't think too highly of yourself. Are the seniors in the past dumber than you? After all, no one was blocking the way on purpose. Therefore, when Lin Donglai finished speaking, no one said that they would pay a price to challenge the top 10. Since no one has any objections, the rankings from the 11th to the 30th place can be considered as settled. The previous rounds of challenges have basically determined the rankings for the later rounds. Next, we'll have the final battle to determine the top 10. So far, among the top 10, only Duan Lingtian has defeated Han Di and Yuan Moyu has defeated Yang Qianye. As for the rest, Yang Qianye and Shimon have fought once and ended in a draw. They can challenge again next time. However, if Han Di wants to challenge Duan Lingtian again, he'll have to defeat both Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian before he can issue another challenge. It's the same for Yang Qianye if he wants to challenge Yuan Moyu again. After hearing Lin Donglai's words, the onlookers perked up because they knew the most exciting part of the 7 Prefectures feast was about to begin. Next, it would be the long-awaited battle for the top 10. Right now, the people in the top 10 were those 10 people. Among these 10 people, only a few of them had exchanged blows with each other. As for the others, they had yet to exchange blows with each other. We'll be able to see the battle between Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan and Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Tianquan prefecture soon. I'm looking forward to the battle between these two geniuses nurtured by the prefecture. Many people were talking about this. In their opinion, the other geniuses only had high comprehension abilities and resources. However, the gap between them and the other geniuses was more in terms of talent and comprehension abilities. Apart from that, they did not think they would lose much in terms of other aspects, apart from their own fortuitous encounters. However, Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu were said to have been nurtured with the resources of an entire prefecture. Although everyone knew that their talent and comprehension abilities were definitely very powerful, due to the fact that they had been nurtured with the resources of an entire prefecture, many people felt envious and jealous. They were all very curious as to exactly how powerful they were. As for their previous attacks, everyone knew that they had held back and had not used their full strength. I'm looking forward to the battle between Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu. At the same time, I'm also looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian is too strong. I wonder if he'll still be able to stand in first place. Some people were interested in the battle between Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu, while others were interested in the battle between Duan Lingtian and Tuoba Xiu. I'm looking forward to the battle between Wang Xiong and Yang Qianye. Among the top 10 geniuses, the two of them should be the weakest. I'm curious to see who will be last. It's only because Mo Qihong entered the top 10 yesterday. Otherwise, he would have advanced further. Mo Qihong will be the first to issue a challenge. Who do you think he'll challenge? Yang Qianye? Wang Xiong? I think he'll challenge Yang Qianye. After all, Yang Qianye has just been eliminated by Yuan Moyu and is injured. Even if he recovers, he won't be as aggressive as before. After all, he has been defeated before. As the crowd chatted, they quickly shifted the topic to Mo Qihong. They were curious as to whether Mo Qihong, who was going to start the battle for the top 10 rankings in the 7-mansion banquet, would choose to challenge Yang Qianye or Wang Xiong. After all, in their opinion, Wang Xiong and Yang Qianye were the weakest among them. At the same time, He Yushi stood in the clear God Sex area of the Spirit Rhino Mansion with a complicated expression on his face. As the number 1 genius of the younger generation in the Spirit Rhino Mansion before Han Di had appeared, He Yushi had always been very proud. Even after Han Di had appeared and he was not as good as Han Di, he did not lose his confidence. He knew he had no hope of entering the top 3 in the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet this time. However, he felt he would definitely be in the top 10. Who would have thought he would be stopped at the 11th place? That was right. The 11th place. After the 2 peerless geniuses of the famous mansion were kicked out of the top 10, they were defeated by He Yushi one after another. Currently, they were ranked 12th and 13th respectively. Like He Yushi, they were not fated to enter the top 10 of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. The Pure Sun sect will definitely be able to obtain at least 4 spots this time. Moreover, Duan Lingtian will most likely be able to enter the top 3. If he enters the top 3, Chunyang School will have 5 spots. Do they really need so many spots? Many of the higher-ups from the various mansions glanced at Chunyang School from time to time. Their faces were full of envy and jealousy. Chunyang School could be said to be in the limelight this time. No other mansion had been in the limelight as much as Chunyang School this time. Conservatively speaking, if Duan Lingtian enters the top 3, Chunyang School will have 5 spots. If Duan Lingtian enters the first place, Chunyang School will have 6 spots. Maybe this time, Chunyang School will auction off 1 or 2 spots. Chunyang School might not be able to handle 6 spots. Many of the higher-ups from the various forces communicated telepathically with each other. Their eyes lit up one after another. This time, they might have a chance to get a spot from Chunyang School. Of course, they definitely did not dare to think about more. At this time, many people had already begun to contact the patriarchs of the families and sects behind them, asking them to contact Chunyang School. Only by making preparations and taking action early could they be ahead of the curve. At least 4 spots. As long as Duan Lingtian enters the top 3, there will be 5 spots. If he enters the first place, there will be 6 spots. As for Chunyang School, the group of decision-makers, including the sect leader, were also shocked when they heard the news from the venue of the 7 Mansions feast. Duan Lingtian entering the top 10 was within their expectations. Before the 7 Mansions feast began, they even thought that Duan Lingtian had a chance to enter the top 3. However, after the hidden prodigies of the various forces in the 7 Mansions had revealed their strength, they had received the news that Duan Lingtian could enter the top 10. However, what they did not expect was that Duan Lingtian had hidden his strength. Once again, there was hope for him to enter the top 3. In fact, there was a great chance. However, the one who surprised them the most was Yang Qianye. Yang Qianye had entered the top 10 of the 7 Mansions feast. This was something that not only the decision-makers of Chunyang School, but also the ancestor of Pingxing's lineage, Yuan Pingxing, who was also the father of Yang Qianye's master, Yuan Hanjin, had never expected. You let him enter the divine abode? When Yuan Pingxing heard about this, he immediately sent a message to his son. His tone was cold. Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't let your disciples die? Chapter 4051. Father, how do you know about the ultimate divine abode? Yuan Hanjin, who was at the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, received his father's message. His expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. Although his father knew that he had discovered a place that contained both danger and opportunity, his father had never told him about it. However, he had never told his father that it was an omnipotent divine palace. In the past, when his disciples died, his father thought it was an accident and did not pursue the matter. However, as his disciples died one by one, his father began to suspect something. At that time, he could only say that he had discovered a place of opportunity. If he could survive, he might be able to nurture a higher god emperor for his family. However, even if he said that, his father still warned him not to send his disciples to their deaths. Yuan Pingxing snorted coldly. I guessed it back then, but I was too lazy to mention it. There are opportunities in the ultimate divine abode, but if someone with an unstable temperament enters, he will definitely die. That's why I warned you not to send your disciples to their deaths. However, I didn't expect that after so many years, you would send a new disciple in again. Although Yang Qianye's talent and comprehension are not bad, under normal circumstances, even if he had a fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for him to improve so much, unless he came out of the ultimate divine abode alive. Hearing Yuan Pingxing's words, Yuan Hanjin laughed and said, Father is wise. Father, didn't I succeed this time? Look at him. He even made it to the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Even if he only ranks 10th, he can still obtain 2 places for our Chunyang School to enter the Holy Land secret zone. At that time, one of them will definitely be yours, Father. Yuan Hanjin said. Yuan Pingxing was silent for a moment when he heard Yuan Hanjin's words. After a while, he sighed. Child, I've already told you that the Holy Land secret zone might not be useful to me. I haven't even touched the threshold of a higher god emperor. Even if I enter the Holy Land secret zone, I won't be able to gain anything. In the history of the 7 prefectures, Many middle god emperors like me who haven't touched the threshold of a higher god emperor have entered the Holy Land secret zone, but none of them have successfully broken through. It's a waste to give me a place, Yuan Pingsheng said. At this time, Yuan Pingsheng's tone had also become much calmer. After all, this son of his was also concerned about him, hoping that he could break through and become a upper divine lord. Father, even if you can't break through, it's still good to have some gains, Yuan Hanjin said solemnly, although you acted as if nothing had happened during the previous heavenly tribulation. I noticed that you were injured. Hearing this, Yuan Pingsheng fell silent again. After a while, he changed the topic. Yang Chenya's father, did you have anything to do with the death of Lan Qing, the sect master of the Thousand Devil sect? Hearing this question, Yuan Hanjin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly responded, Father, what are you talking about? How could this have anything to do with me? Right now, both the Myriad Demon sect and Chenya are convinced that the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong, is behind this. Chenya is now targeting Long Qingchong for revenge. It is also because of this that he was able to come out of the most powerful divine abode alive. Before Yuan Hanjin could finish, he was interrupted by Yuan Pingsheng. Someone has already investigated this matter some time ago. At least, the person who investigated it has already confirmed that you weren't in the Chunyang school when Yang Chenya's father died. Do you think that others will believe it even if I believe that it's just a coincidence? When Yuan Pingsheng reached the end of his sentence, his tone obviously became gloomy. Yuan Hanjin's expression also changed completely. Someone is actually investigating this matter. Could it be that someone is suspecting me? Who is that person? Father, do you know who it is? Yuan Hanjin asked in a deep voice. I can only be sure that it's one of the other Void Pierce stage experts. Void Pierce stage experts. They were Void Pierce stage elders. In the Chunyang school, all Void Pierce stage elders were middle divine emperors without exception. When Yuan Hanjin heard his father's words, his expression changed again. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at Yi Chenfeng and Liu Fenggu who were not far away. Could it be them? Or perhaps it's the other Void Pierce stage elders in the sect. Now, tell me the truth. Do you have anything to do with his father's death? If you don't tell me the truth, I won't be able to help you even if I want to during a critical moment. Now, if you tell me the truth, I can still think of a way for you. Yuan Pingsheng's tone became much more serious. Why? Are you still worried that I, as your father, will harm you? Hearing Yuan Pingsheng's words, Yuan Hanjin's psychological barrier was instantly broken. After remaining silent for a while, he said, Father. I killed his father with my own hands. However, it shouldn't be a problem. I imitated the technique in the mirror image that the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, used in the past and killed his father. Moreover, I even recorded the scene and left the floating image pearl in the Myriad Devil sect. They also saw it. For this matter, I should be considered to have done a flawless job. Yuan Hanjin said. Flawless? After hearing Yuan Hanjin's words, Yuan Pingsheng did not seem surprised. Obviously, he had already guessed that it was his son who did it. What you did now is not enough. It's still far from enough. However, I hope this will be the last time. After saying that, Yuan Pingsheng did not send any more messages to Yuan Hanjin. As for Yuan Hanjin, seeing that his father did not blame him further, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not know that just as he let out a sigh of relief, his father, Yuan Pingsheng, walked out of Pingsheng Island, where the Pingsheng clan lived, and left the Chunyang school. After leaving the Chunyang school, he headed in a certain direction. In the direction of the Tianlong clan. Entering the venue on the 10th. As Lin Donglai's voice spread, the originally noisy scene of the Seven Prefectures banquet suddenly quieted down. Then, everyone's gaze followed a figure as he entered the venue. On the 10th, Morchi Hong of the Morchi clan of Tunglung province entered the venue. Do they think I'll challenge Yang Chenya or Wang Xiong? Morchi Hong's eyes darkened. Do they all think that I, Morchi Hong, am only worthy of competing with Yang Chenya and Wang Xiong? After taking a deep breath, Mo Chi-hong's gaze fell in the direction of the people from the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qing. Then, he said calmly, "I challenge number 4. Number 4 was Yuan Moyu, the genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qing. Yuan Moyu was also a hidden genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qing. In the past, few people knew of his existence. It was only recently that he showed his amazing strength in the sect of Heaven's Roar. In the face of Mo Chi-hong's challenge, Yuan Moyu broke through the air at the right time. He looked neither happy nor sad, like an old monk who had seen through the mortal world. As Mo Chi-hong challenged Yuan Moyu stepped out in the air, causing an uproar in the crowd. Is Mo Chi-hong challenging Yuan Moyu? Is he trying to reach the 4th place in one go? Yang Qianye may not have recovered yet. It's more rational for him to challenge Yang Qianye, right? I think he has his eyes on the 4th place. I think so too. A group of people whispered among themselves, and their voices fell into Mo Chi-hong's ears. It made the haze in the depths of Mo Chi-hong's eyes dissipate. It seemed that he had made the right choice after all. Yuan Moyu defeated Yang Qianye. Now, I challenge Yuan Moyu. Yang Qianye is not worthy of being compared to me. Mo Chi-hong, I've heard a lot about you. When Yuan Moyu entered the arena, he was neither happy nor sad. However, when he confronted Mo Chi-hong, a rare faint smile appeared on his face. You used to be the top genius of the younger generation in Tunglung province. In fact, Yuan Moyu was just making a casual remark. The others did not sense any malice in Yuan Moyu's words. However, when Mo Chi-hong heard it, it was no different from sarcasm. He was so angry that killing intent rose in the depths of his eyes. The genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qing, I've long wanted to spar with you. I'm just curious if the most outstanding genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar, which has an upper god emperor, will embarrass the sect of Heaven's Roar. When Mo Chi-hong finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. When Yuan Moyu heard Mo Chi-hong's words, he could not help but frown. After a while, he realized that Mo Chi-hong had most likely misunderstood what he had said earlier. However, as a genius, he had the pride of a genius, so he did not bother to explain. Whether I, Yuan Moyu, will embarrass the sect of Heaven's Roar, you'll find out later. When Yuan Moyu responded to Mo Chi-hong, his tone was much colder and more indifferent. After a while, the two of them attacked almost at the same time. This time around, the strength that Mo Chi-hong displayed was clearly much stronger than before. Moreover, the moment he attacked, he relentlessly pursued Yuan Moyu, suppressing Yuan Moyu with a torrential barrage of attacks. Boom! Rumble! In the sky above the 7 prefectures feast, the forces kept colliding with each other, causing a series of roars and terrifying airwaves to sweep out. When Lin Donglai blocked Mo Chi-hong, it also made a loud noise. After 10 moves, the two of them were evenly matched. After 20 moves, they were still evenly matched. The top genius of the younger generation in Tunglung province really lives up to his reputation. Mo Chi-hong's strength is indeed very strong. Although I've heard of Yuan Moyu, the genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He's really amazing. Judging from the current situation, it's hard to tell who will win in a short time. Mo Chi-hong has used his bloodline power. Yuan Moyu has also used his bloodline power. Under everyone's gazes, after 30 moves, Mo Chi-hong and Yuan Moyu activated their bloodline power one after another, erupting with even greater power. The senior members of the Mo Chi family in Tunglung province, led by Mo Chi Yuning, the golden seat elder of the Mo Chi family, looked very solemn. The same was true for the senior members of the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing. If this continues, it will consume too much energy. Elder Yuning, what do you think? In the direction of the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing, a voice transmission was heard by Mo Chi Yuning. Yes. Chapter 4052. The voice came from the sect of Heaven's Roar of Qingju Prefecture and clearly reached Mo Chi Yuning's ears. Morchi Yuning immediately looked in the direction of the sect of Heaven's Roar of Qingju Prefecture and exchanged glances with the leader of the sect of Heaven's Roar. I think so too. It was not difficult for Morchi Yuning to guess why the other party said this to him through voice transmission. In fact, he had the same idea and was even prepared to send a voice transmission. Now that the other party had sent him a voice transmission, he would go with the flow. As for rejecting, impossible. Although the top 10 had been decided, he still hoped that Morchi Hong could make it to the top 3. In that case, the Morchi family would get 3 places this time. In that case, let's persuade the young people. When the voice from the sect of Heaven's Roar of Qingju Prefecture was heard again, it was obvious that they were relieved. Okay. Morchi Yuning responded. Almost at the same time when the two of them stopped talking, they sent a voice transmission to Morchi Hong and Yuan Moyu respectively. The two of them who were fighting fiercely subconsciously retreated when they received the sudden voice transmission. They did not continue to attack. Moreover, while retreating, they looked at each other vigilantly. Is the battle between you and me a draw? Yuan Moyu looked at Morchi Hong and asked calmly. Of course, there was still some unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. After all, there was no clear winner between him and Morchi Hong. Morchi Hong was in a similar state now, but after hearing Yuan Moyu's words, he nodded. There is no clear winner for the time being. If you and I want to fight for the first place in the end, it won't be too late to decide the winner then. Morchi Hong's words were undoubtedly flattering himself and Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu could not help but feel his ears burning. Is Morchi Hong crazy? Is he still thinking about the first place? Not to mention the others, he knew that he was not a match for Duan Lingtian from the Chunyang School of Tunglung Province. Did Morchi Hong think that he was stronger than Duan Lingtian? After taking a deep look at Morchi Hong, Yuan Moyu turned around and left. As for Morchi Hong, he also left. From the beginning to the end, the two of them did not even ask for the opinion of the host, Lin Donglai. Of course, there was no need to ask. They could make their own decisions on such matters. Number 10 Morchi Hong challenges number 4 Yuan Moyu, a draw. Before the crowd could regain their senses, Lin Donglai's voice had already spread out. At the same time, it had also awakened many people. A draw. It seems that they don't want to exhaust their strength prematurely. They all want to move forward. Actually, it's normal. With their strength, it would be abnormal if they didn't aim for the top 3. That's right. So far, it seems like only Yang Qianye and Shimon are fated to be in the top 3. Yang Qianye's strength was very clear at the moment, and Shimon's strength was about the same as his. As for Wang Xiong, for the time being, no one knows if he is hiding his strength. After all, no one has challenged him since he reached his current position. I think so too. There are others who might not have displayed their full strength. The battle between Morchi Hong and Yuan Moyu ended in a draw. Although it was shocking, most people could still accept it. Therefore, they were not surprised. Soon after, Lin Donglai opened his mouth again and allowed number 9 to enter the arena. Everyone's eyes shifted to the people from Tunglung Province's Chunyang School. Number 9 was Yang Qianye. Do you think? Will Yang Qianye choose to forfeit or challenge someone else? I think he'll either forfeit or challenge Wang Xiong. I don't think he'll be able to defeat the others. I think so too. Moreover, if he challenges Wang Xiong, we'll know if Wang Xiong has been hiding his strength. If he has, he'll definitely show it to Yang Qianye this time. Now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to it. After Yang Qianye entered the arena, he opened his mouth under everyone's watchful eyes. Number 8. As soon as he opened his mouth, many people's eyes lit up. Number 8 was Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the Hanshan residence in the Daming Mansion. Wang Xiong entered the arena under everyone's watchful eyes. He drank from his wine gourd and looked at Yang Qianye with a smile. The prodigy of Chunyang School. I've seen Yi Inksai's strength before. You're stronger than him. I just don't know if I'll have the chance to challenge Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School this time. Duan Lingtian was currently in the first place. If he wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian, he would have to make it to the 4th place and then defeat the top 3. Only then would he have a chance. Of course, there was another way. Even if Du and Lingtian fell to the 4th place, he would still have a chance to challenge him. I am me, and they are them. Yang Chenye said lightly. Of course, I know that. Wang Xiong smiled. I just mentioned it casually. I don't mean to belittle you. However, you're indeed very strong. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for me to defeat you. As soon as Wang Xiong said this, many people were in an uproar. It seemed that Wang Xiong was really hiding his strength. Otherwise, where did he get the confidence to say that he could defeat Yang Chenye? When Yang Chenye heard Wang Xiong's words, his originally cold and calm face finally changed a little. However, the change was not big. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it at all. Let's start. Yang Chenye said indifferently. When Wang Xiong heard this, he grinned. I've always been a person who likes to defend. In my opinion, you should make the first move. Yang Chenye raised his eyebrows and did not talk nonsense with Wang Xiong anymore. In a flash, he turned into a gust of wind and blew toward Wang Xiong at an extremely fast speed. His figure flashed as fast as lightning. With a high-grade divine artifact in hand, he rushed toward Wang Xiong aggressively. As for Wang Xiong, like before, he made a move. The Law of Earth merged with his divine power and bloomed an extremely solid defense circle, blocking Yang Chenye's first round of attack. However, unlike the previous opponents, it was difficult to break his defense. As soon as Yang Chenye made a move, the defense formed by his attack was on the verge of collapse. Bang! 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 After Yang Chenye made a few moves, Wang Xiong's defense was shattered in less than 10 moves. This scene caused everyone's eyes to light up. It seems like Wang Xiong's defense is not unbreakable. It's just that his previous opponents were too weak and couldn't even break his defense. Defense is Wang Xiong's strongest technique. After all, he specializes in the Law of Earth. Previously, he relied on his defense to establish an advantage and defeat his opponents. Now that his defense is broken, will he be a match for Yang Chenye? I don't know. Let's continue watching. When Wang Xiong's defense was broken, many people who had previously thought highly of Wang Xiong began to waver. Could Wang Xiong really defeat Yang Chenye? Based on the current situation, it would be difficult for Wang Xiong to come to a draw with Yang Chenye. However, after Wang Xiong's defense was broken through, the scene that unfolded caused their eyes to shrink in unison. Heavens! What did they just see? After Wang Xiong's defense was broken, the khaki halo around him turned into a dazzling golden color in just a blink of an eye. It was a complete contrast to the plain and unadorned appearance from before. This is the Law of Metal. Did Wang Xiong abandon the Law of Earth and switch to the Law of Metal? The Law of Earth he specializes in is the Law of Earth, right? Why did he abandon the Law of Earth and switch to the Law of Metal? What is he thinking? Many people thought Wang Xiong had lost his mind and was forced to do this. However, an even more shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. After Wang Xiong switched to the Law of Metal, his attack was even stronger than Yang Chenye's earlier attack. Moreover, after 3 moves, he was able to suppress Yang Chenye. This Wang Xiong. He's really good at hiding his strength. Du and Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. Previously, everyone, including him, thought Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the Han Mountain residents in the famous mansion, was most skilled in the Law of Earth. They did not expect his mastery of the Law of Metal to be higher than his mastery of the Law of Earth. Whoosh! At this moment, apart from the leader of the group from the Han Mountain residents in the famous mansion, the other high-ranking officials in the Han Mountain residence stood up in unison. Their faces were filled with shock. Wang Xiong's mastery of the Law of Metal is so high. Wang Xiong is skilled in the Law of Metal. How did Wang Xiong manage to hide his strength so well? In the past, everyone knew he was skilled in the Law of Earth. However, in the Han Mountain residence, many people suppressed him. It was not until the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet that he displayed his shocking mastery of the Law of Earth. Now, he's displaying the Law of Metal that's even stronger than the Law of Earth. The group of high-ranking officials in the Han Mountain residence who did not know Wang Xiong had comprehended the Law of Metal were not the only ones who stood up from their seats. Even the prodigies in the Han Mountain residence were shocked and in disbelief. Was Wang Xiong not too good at hiding his strength? Even the people in the Han Mountain residence were shocked, let alone the rest of the people. By the time the crowd recovered from their shock, 10 moves had passed since Wang Xiong displayed the law of metal. After 10 moves, Wang Xiong injured Yang Chenye with 1 move. This time, Yang Chenye did not admit defeat. Instead, he continued to fight Wang Xiong. Over at the Chunyang school, someone advised Yuan Hanjin to persuade Yang Chenye to admit defeat. However, Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, "Let him fight to his heart's content. He's already in the top 10 now. He's already admitted defeat once before. This time, there's no need to persuade him. Moreover, let him continue to fight Wang Xiong and exhaust Wang Xiong's strength. We don't know Wang Xiong's true strength yet, but from the looks of it, this is not his full strength. Exhausting him a little will make it easier for Duan Lingtian to reach the top 3. As soon as Yuan Hanjin said this, no one tried to persuade him anymore. Indeed. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yang Chenye had stopped at the top 10. There was no hope for him to reach the top 3. Now, one of the top 10 had defeated him. Currently, there was another person who was defeating him. Shimon of the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa was not weaker than him. Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. How could he compete for the top 3? Chapter 4053. So far, the most shocking thing in the 7 Prefectures' grand banquet was not the endless hidden supreme talents, nor was it the fact that Duan Lingtian defeated Han Di, the hidden supreme talent of the Consonance Mansion, nor was it the tie between Mo Chi Hong and Yuan Moyu. It was because Wang Xiong did not specialize in the law of earth. When Wang Xiong first showed his strength, he had shocked everyone. He was the only supreme talent in the 7 Prefectures' grand banquet who had such a strong law of earth. Moreover, judging from the expressions of the people in the Han Mountain residence, it was obvious that they did not know that Wang Xiong's law of earth was so powerful. It was obvious that Wang Xiong had not shown his true strength even in his own sect. Then, Wang Xiong made his moves again and again, showing his increasingly powerful law of earth. This made everyone remember that he was an expert in the law of earth. As long as someone mentioned Wang Xiong's name, the first thing that came to mind was his amazing law of earth and his unbreakable turtle shell. There were even many people who secretly gave Wang Xiong a nickname Bastard. They felt that this nickname was very appropriate. Even his surname was the same. However, after Yang Chenye broke Wang Xiong's defense with the law of earth, he gave up on the law of earth and switched to the law of metal. Moreover, after Wang Xiong switched to the law of earth, many people thought that he had gone crazy and could not stand the suppression of the law of earth. However, what no one expected was that Wang Xiong's following performance almost made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. Wang Xiong's law of metal was more powerful than the law of earth. After 3 moves, he turned the situation around and suppressed Yang Chenye. After 10 moves, he injured Yang Chenye. Then, he continued to suppress Yang Chenye. Finally, after 20 moves, Lin Donglai had to intervene and save the seriously injured Yang Chenye. At this moment, Yang Chenye's whole body was injured and his aura was weak. However, his eyes were still sharp and unyielding. On the other hand, although Wang Xiong did not consume much energy, he was no longer as frivolous as before. He looked at Yang Chenye with respect. "You're a worthy opponent. However, you're no match for me." After saying that, Wang Xiong didn't say anything else. He picked up his wine gourd and swayed his body like a drunkard, returning to the cold mountain residence of the Great Ming Mansion. At this very moment, the gazes of the people of the cold mountain residence looking at him changed once more. Wang Xiong was actually proficient in the laws of metal. What the hell? Even the more outstanding geniuses of the cold mountain residence felt somewhat ashamed at this moment. Wang Xiong's earth elemental laws were not the laws he was most proficient in, but they were able to suppress the laws they were proficient in. In terms of age, Wang Xiong was about the same as them. It had to be said that Wang Xiong's use of the cash element law had exceeded everyone's expectations. Perhaps, only the leader of this trip to the cold mountain residence of the Great Name Palace, That middle-level god-emperor who did not bat an eyelid, knew that Wang Xiong was most proficient in the laws of metal and not the laws of earth. I really didn't expect Wang Xiong to be proficient in the laws of metal. Wang Xiong is too strong. I take back what I said earlier. Wang Xiong might be able to get into the top 3. While many people were beginning to think highly of Wang Xiong, those who were ranked at the top, such as Lin Yuan, Tuoba Xiu, Luo Yuan, and the others, had a solemn expression on their faces. They had never regarded Wang Xiong as a worthy opponent. In their eyes, Wang Xiong was only at the same level as Yang Chenye and Shimon Feng. But now, after Wang Xiong had defeated Yang Chenye, they realized that Wang Xiong had the strength to enter their circle. Moreover, Wang Xiong might not have used his full strength when he defeated Yang Chenye. Do all powerful people like to dress like this to show off their individuality? Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Xiong, who was hovering in the sky above the cold mountain residence of the Great Name Palace. His heart thumped as a sloppy figure appeared in his mind. The person who appeared in his mind was also a sloppy middle-aged man. This person was the third uncle of his wife, Ke, in her past life. He was Xie Jie, the third master of the Xie clan, an ultimate god clan in the Divine Offering Land. When Duan Lingtian first met Xie Jie, he had not even gone to the Devata realms yet. Duan Lingtian's knowledge of Xie Jie was limited. It was only recently that Duan Lingtian learned about Xie Jie after he read some books about the ultimate god forces in the Divine Offering Land in the library of the Yun Peak progeny in Chunyang School. He was a bona fide ultimate god powerhouse. Moreover, there were not many people in the Xie clan who could defeat him. Number 7, please enter the arena. Originally, after number 9, Yang Chenye, failed to challenge number 9, number 8, should be the next challenger. However, number 8, Wang Xiong, had just fought with Yang Chenye. Therefore, unless Wang Xiong requested it, he would automatically skip this round. Lin Donglai waited for a while. When he saw Wang Xiong had no intention of continuing, he finally allowed number 7 to enter the arena. Number 7. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, everyone's attention shifted to the people from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. At this moment, a young man was walking out leisurely. After entering the arena, he looked indifferently in the direction of the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa and locked his eyes on the person standing in the void in front of him. Number 5, Shimon. Number 7, Lin Yuan, the prodigy of the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, challenged Shimon, the prodigy of the Qing State Prefecture's Puppet Mountain Villa. As for Shimon, he also came out in response. I'm very curious. Lin Yuan looked at Shimon and smiled faintly. Shimon is just your surname, right? I'm very curious about your full name. Full name? Shimon took a deep look at Lin Yuan. If you want to know my full name, you'll have to defeat me first. All right. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Then, the two of them fought. In just one move, Shimon was injured by Lin Yuan. After 3 moves, Lin Donglai intervened and saved the severely injured Shimon. Now, can you tell me? Lin Yuan smiled at Shimon and asked. Shimon took a deep breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He turned around and returned to the Qing State Prefecture's puppet family. With his back facing Lin Yuan, he said, Shimon Longxiang. Shimon Longxiang? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. This name is not bad. When Shimon Longxiang said his name, the others present did not think much of it. However, when Duan Lingtian heard this name, he was stunned. This was because this name was not unfamiliar to him. In the past, when he was still in the Tianlong clan, the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect had opened the Emperor Battle Dimension together and fought inside to let their respective sects produce Emperor God experts. In the Emperor Battle Dimension, he had heard of the name Shimon Longxiang more than once. Shimon Longxiang was a monster of the Tai sect. After he entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings and killed many people from the Tai sect, Shimon Longxiang also killed many people from the Tianlong clan. Later, Shimon Longxiang entered the Divine Emperor realm and entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, killing many Divine Emperors from the Tai sect. At that time, many people compared him to Shimon Longxiang. In the beginning, many people felt that he was not as good as Shimon Longxiang. Of course, he did not care about these rumors and slanders. However, subconsciously, he still remembered the name Shimon Longxiang because the frequency of this name falling into his ears was too high. Is it the same person? The Shimon Longxiang I know is from the Tai sect, but this Shimon Longxiang is from the Puppet Mountain Villa. They should not be the same person, right? No. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian remembered something. In the past, when he was still in the Tianlong clan, it was also the day he met Shen Pingfan for the first time. In the Emperor Battle Dimension's Heping City, before he met Shen Pingfan, he had met someone from the Puppet Mountain Villa, the Emperor God Expert of the Puppet Mountain Villa. Moreover, it seemed to be Elder Silver Puppet of the Puppet Mountain Villa. Silver Puppet had come with the sect master of the Tai sect. In that case, this Shimon Longxiang is really that Shimon Longxiang? Since the Puppet Mountain Villa is related to the Tai sect, it's normal for Shimon Longxiang of the Tai sect to go to the Puppet Mountain Villa. But I didn't expect him to become a middle divine emperor so quickly, and his strength is not weaker than Yang Chenye's. Yang Chenye most likely entered the divine dwellings, so it's normal for him to have such strength. Could it be that he also entered the divine dwellings? Even if he didn't, he must have had an opportunity. Although Duan Lingtian had not seen Shimon Longxiang before, he had heard of him and knew when he had become a divine emperor. Moreover, the news could not be false. This was because before Shimon Longxiang broke through to the divine emperor realm, he had entered the battlefield of the divine kings in the emperor battle dimension where the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect were fighting. Only divine kings could enter the battlefield of the divine kings. Not long after becoming a divine emperor, he became a middle divine emperor and has such strength. He must have had a great opportunity. I don't know if he found it himself or if the Puppet Mountain Villa gave it to him. As Duan Lingtian thought of this, he glanced at Shimon Longxiang a few more times. When Shimon Longxiang noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, he subconsciously glanced at Duan Lingtian. After looking at Duan Lingtian for a while, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I thought it was a pity that I couldn't compete with you when I was in the Greater One sect. So, I must fight with you in the 7 Prefectures feast to make up for this regret. I was very confident in myself. But I didn't expect your improvement to be so much greater than I thought. However, one day, I will go to the Chunyang school and challenge you. Shimon Longxiang transmitted his voice. I'll be waiting. Duan Lingtian replied. At the same time, he confirmed the other party's identity. It was the monster of the Greater One sect, Shimon Longxiang. He did not expect to see Shimon Longxiang here when he was not in the Tianlong clan. The world was really unpredictable. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian vaguely felt a slight vibration in his storage ring. Fortunately, he had nothing to do now and was distracted. Otherwise, he might not have noticed it in time. The next moment, he subconsciously glanced into the storage ring. With just one glance, his pupils shrank sharply. Among the many soul beads lying in his storage ring, one of them had shattered. Chapter 4054. Duan Lingtian had actually only used this shattered soul orb a few times. This was because he rarely contacted the owner of the soul orb. However, he had contacted him not long ago, because of Yang Chenye. That's right. The shattered soul orb belonged to Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan. Clan Master Long has actually died. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. A person who had communicated with him not long ago and whose tone had revealed confidence and carefreeness, a strong man whom he had a good impression of, had died? What was going on? How could a dignified sect leader fall just like that? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate and immediately sent 2 consecutive sound transmissions to the 2 white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. These 2 were also the elders he was most familiar with in the Tianlong clan. As for the others, although he was familiar with some of them, they were only ordinary disciples. You know? Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's tone was solemn. Something that just happened, right? I saw that Clan Master Long's soul orb had just shattered. Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Xue Haichuan replied. Something just happened. An expert, an extremely powerful expert, forced his way into our Tianlong clan and forced our clan master out. Then, at the risk of being injured, he killed our clan master. However, because he came quickly and left quickly, his injuries weren't too serious even though the Great Sect Protection Formation was activated. Xue Haichuan's tone was somewhat gloomy. As a White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, he naturally wouldn't be in a good mood after their clan master was killed. Do you know who it was? The mirror image array in the Great Sect Protection Formation can record his identity? Duan Lingtian asked. It only recorded a person surrounded by light. His face and figure can't be seen clearly. It's obvious that he's intentionally hiding his identity. However, he's definitely not an ordinary God Emperor. At the very least, it's unlikely that he's a lesser God Emperor. Lower God Emperors don't have the ability to do as they please in our Tianlong clan's Great Sect Protecting Array. Dongfang Yanyan's tone was very firm. It's impossible for him to be a lower Divine Lord. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. If it wasn't a lower God Lord, then the one who made the move was definitely in existence above a God Lord. Since the other party was injured, he should be a middle God Emperor. A middle God Emperor who barged into the Tianlong clan's Grand Protective Array was injured. Could that Linghu Renfeng, who is suspected to be Ker's birth mother, be a High God Emperor? Duan Lingtian still remembered that when Linghu Renfeng broke into the Tianlong clan, he almost crushed the Tianlong clan's sect-protecting Grand Array with one strike, and even forced the Tianlong clan to remove the sect-protecting Grand Array. Obviously, Linghu Renfeng's strength was much stronger than this person who had killed his way into the Tianlong clan and killed the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Middle God Emperor. Dragon-killing sect master? What's the motive? From Duan Lingtian's point of view, one needed a motive to kill someone. Especially since Long Qingchong was the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, his identity was very sensitive. Even those God Emperor powerhouses would not take the risk to act without a motive. It was fine if they didn't find out. Once they were found out, those wandering martial artists who were on good terms with the Tianlong clan, as well as some God Emperor level powers with God Emperor powerhouses, might not let it go so easily. Although the Tianlong clan was an outdated God Emperor level power, and there were no God Emperor powerhouses in the current generation, if there was a need, there would still be many God Emperor powerhouses to help the Tianlong clan. Those God Emperor powerhouses were all friends that the Tianlong clan had established in the past. They were also the foundation of the Tianlong clan. For example, this Yuan Hanjin has a motive to kill sect master Long. Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Yang Chenya's master, Yuan Hanjin, who was an elder of the Pingsheng lineage. However, he is here in person. Moreover, he isn't even a God Emperor. Even if he wants to kill sect master Long, he can only lure him away from the Tianlong clan before killing him. He still doesn't have the ability to break the Grand Formation protecting the Tianlong clan. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His pupils shrank rapidly. There is one person who also has a motive. Moreover, his cultivation base matches as well. The old ancestor of the Pingsheng lineage, Yuan Pingsheng. Duan Lingtian stared at Yuan Hanjin and thought of the old ancestor of the Pingsheng lineage behind Yuan Hanjin. He was also his biological father, Yuan Pingsheng. Although he had never met Yuan Pingsheng before, he knew that Yuan Pingsheng was one of the few Void Pierce stage elders in Chunyang School. He was a middle God Emperor. Even the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword lineage, Yi Chenfeng, had to address him as senior martial brother. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine. If it was really Yuan Pingsheng who did this, he must have confirmed something. For example, he must have confirmed that Yang Chenya's father, the sect master of the Myriad Devil sect, Lan Qing, was killed by his son, Yuan Hanjin. Then, he framed Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan. If Long Qingchong didn't die, there would be hidden dangers in this matter. After all, Yang Chenya was not an idiot. Perhaps one day, Yang Chenya would discover the truth of this matter. When that time comes, what would happen? At that time, Yuan Hanjin would be raising a wolf to bite him to death. As Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingsheng had a great motive for doing this. Moreover, at this moment, Yang Chenye has made it into the top 10 of the 7 mansions feast. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After a while, he sent a voice transmission to Yang Chenye, who was standing nearby. Yang Chenye, just a while ago, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, whom you wanted to avenge your father, is dead. Yang Chenye's eyes widened when he heard this. His heart was also shaken. Fortunately, he was used to keeping a cold expression on his face. Otherwise, his expression would have changed drastically. Is that true? After a while, Yang Chenye seemed to have calmed down. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. I have his soul orb. I contacted him earlier. Have you forgotten? Duan Lingtian asked. Who killed him? Yang Chenye asked. At the same time, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. As the sect master of the Tianlong clan, a god emperor, it was not so easy to kill him. Did he die in the emperor battle realm of the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect? He could understand if Duan Lingtian had died in the emperor battle realm. However, he felt that it was unlikely. As far as he knew, Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, was one of the strongest in the Tianlong clan. Even if all the high-level god emperors of the Tai sect attacked together, they might not be able to kill Long Qingchong. At his cultivation level, even if he could not defeat his opponent, he could still escape. No. Duan Lingtian replied. Someone broke into the Tianlong temple and killed him, Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's words moved Yang Chenye even more. After a while, he learned from Duan Lingtian that the person who killed Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, had intentionally concealed his identity and was suspected to be at least a mid-level god emperor. Yang Chenye's expression froze. At the same time, he subconsciously turned to look at the small floating island where the higher-ups of the Chunyang school were. His gaze fell on his master, Yuan Hanjin. Duan Lingtian, Yang Chenye said through voice transmission. Yang Chenye said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, since you're close to Elder Zhen, ask him to look for the old ancestor of Yun Peak and ask him to see if Yuan Pingsheng, the old ancestor of Pingsheng progeny, is out. As soon as Yang Chenye said this, Duan Lingtian immediately guessed that Yang Chenye was suspicious of Yuan Pingsheng. Yang Chenye, Duan Lingtian said bluntly, I can ask Elder Zhen for help with this matter. However, I'm not asking for you. To Elder Zhen, the stability of the Chunyang school is the most important thing. To him, Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Sky Dragon clan, is just an outsider. Duan Lingtian said. I understand. Yang Chenye said in a low voice, I just want to confirm this matter. As for the other matters, I'll look into them. If it's really him, When he thought up to hear, a wisp of frightening cold light flashed in Yang Chenye's eyes, and it was to the extent that besides Duan Lingtian, no one noticed it. After ending his conversation with Yang Chenye, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Zhen Pingfan was taken aback when he received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. What is it? I want you to ask Elder Yun Feng to make a trip to the Pingsheng faction and see if the ancestor of the Pingsheng faction, Yuan Pingsheng, is in the Pingsheng faction. Or, check the mirror image recorded in the sect protecting formation to see if the ancestor of the Pingsheng faction, Yuan Pingsheng, has left the Pueyang sect a while ago and hasn't returned yet. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point as soon as he spoke. What's wrong? Zhen Pingfan frowned. Did something happen? Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but wonder why Duan Lingtian would ask him this if nothing had happened. Elder Zhen, please help me with this first. As for why I'm asking this, you can ask Elder Yunfeng first and I'll tell you. This matter is a little urgent. Duan Lingtian said. Zhen Pingfan took a deep look at Duan Lingtian when he heard this. Although he felt that there must be something behind this, and it was most likely not a trivial matter, he did not continue to ask when he saw that Duan Lingtian was still calm. After a while, Zhen Pingfan sent a voice transmission to his father, the patriarch of the Yunfeng clan, Zhen Pingfan. He asked him to help check if Yuan Pingsheng, the patriarch of the Pingsheng clan, had left the sect. Had he not returned yet? Why do you suddenly want me to check this? If you want to know if your senior uncle Pingsheng is in the Chunyang school, can't you just ask someone? Why do you need to investigate in secret? Zhen Yunfeng asked. Father, you can check this matter first. There are some things that I can't say now. I'll tell you when you have the results. Zhen Pingfan did not mention that it was Duan Lingtian who had asked him to do this in front of his father. He also did not say that he did not know why he had to do this. However, he planned to tell his father after Duan Lingtian told him the truth. Come to think of it, it shouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was still calm. Nothing should have happened. Okay, I'll check it out. Zhen Yunfeng quickly went to check it out because he rarely saw his son so serious. Not long after, Zhen Yunfeng found what he wanted to find out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to his son. Your senior uncle Ping Sheng left the sect some time ago and hasn't returned yet. Chapter 4055. What exactly happened? Why do you want to know this? After Zhen Yunfeng told his son about the results of his investigation, he asked further. On the other hand, Zhen Pingfan did not respond to his father in time. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. After all, he still did not know what had happened. However, after getting the answer from his father, he did not hesitate and immediately told Duan Lingtian about it. The old ancestor of Ping Sheng's lineage, Marshal Uncle Yuan Pingsheng, left the school some time ago. He hasn't returned yet. Duan Lingtian, can you tell me why you asked me this now? Zhen Pingfan also began to ask. My father is also asking about this. Duan Lingtian had long suspected it and guessed that it was most likely the case. However, he could only confirm it after getting the answer from Zhen Pingfan. If that was the case, the clan master of Qianlong clan, Long Qingchong, should be killed by the void-pierced stage elder of Chunyang school, Yuan Pingsheng. Otherwise, how could it be a coincidence? As far as he knew, the old ancestor of Chunyang school's Pingsheng lineage, Yuan Pingsheng, rarely went out. Even if the school needed a void-pierced stage elder to go out, he would never go out. Moreover, it was said that he was already old. He was already somewhat powerless to deal with the heavenly tribulation in recent years. Under such circumstances, cultivating wholeheartedly was the best way. Although there might be opportunities outside, they were often accompanied by danger. If one was careless and did not get the opportunity, they might even come back with injuries. They might not be able to survive the next heavenly tribulation. Of course, the most important thing was that they did not have that many opportunities. Especially for a mid-god emperor like Yuan Pingsheng. The opportunities that could bring him benefits and even allow him to improve were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns in the profound Handle Land. The secret realm of the Holy Land was one of them. However, it was also difficult to obtain the opportunity to enter. However, the Pure Yang sect had obtained multiple slots this time. Logically speaking, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would be one of them. The most important thing was 2 of the spots were obtained by the disciples of their Pingsheng lineage. If he didn't get a spot, then it would be unreasonable. Did you get it? Although Yang Qianye wasn't looking at Duan Lingtian on the surface, he was still looking at Duan Lingtian from time to time. It was just that few people noticed it. Now that he noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's expression, he immediately asked. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he didn't hesitate and said bluntly, I can tell you about this matter. Not for anything else, but for the death of sect leader Long. Although I don't have much of a friendship with sect leader Long, and we rarely interact with each other, I have a good impression of him. This time, he suffered an undeserved calamity. I am also angry for him. However, with my relationship with him, his death is not enough for me to avenge him. Of course, it's impossible for you to avenge him. I'm telling you this because I also want you to know the truth. This is also what Sect Master Long wanted to do when she was alive. She was even willing to invite you to the Tianlong clan. This is also the last thing I'll do for her. Although Duan Lingtian was not very calm about Long Qingchong's death, he was not so hot-headed as to want to avenge Long Qingchong. There were too many people in the world who had died unjustly. Did he want to avenge every single one of them? Also, After I tell you this, I don't want you to announce it to anyone. At the very least, I don't want you to confront anyone in the future and say that you asked me and Elder Jinping fan about this matter. As long as you know it in your heart. I don't want to involve Elder Jin. At this point, Duan Lingtian's tone became even more solemn. When Yang Qianye heard Duan Lingtian's words, he said, I can understand what you're saying. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what you told me today. Moreover, it's fine as long as I know what I'm doing. Also, I don't necessarily believe everything you say. I'll think of a way to confirm it myself. I'll only believe that it's true after I confirm it myself. Yang Qianye's words were very clear. I don't necessarily believe what Duan Lingtian tells me. I'm just using it as a reference. I'll only believe things that I confirm myself. Take the death of his father, the sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect, for example. At first, he was blinded by hatred. It was only when Duan Lingtian came to him that he began to calm down. At the same time, he also found that there were many suspicious points. After that lesson, he was not willing to completely trust anyone again. At the same time, he also understood that only what he found out and confirmed was the truth. It's good that you think that way. When he heard Yang Qianye's words, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and directly passed on Jinping Fan's words to him. Elder Zhen asked his father to help investigate this matter. I'm sure you know who his father is, so I won't mention it. I can confirm that the ancestor of your bloodline is not in the sect during this period. Perhaps, it won't be long before he returns to the sect. At this point, Duan Lingtian silently added another sentence in his heart. After all, it would take a middle-level God Emperor a certain amount of time to rush back to Chunyang School from the Tianlong clan, even if he used a God Emperor-level spaceship. Duan Lingtian? At this time, when he saw that Duan Lingtian did not respond for a long time, Jinping Fan suddenly became a little angry. Don't tell me you're going back on your words and not telling me this matter. No. Duan Lingtian sighed. I'm just sending a message to someone to comfort them. What's wrong? Jinping Fan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the departure of his senior uncle Ping Sheng had something to do with Duan Lingtian's friend? Or, could it be that someone had done something to Duan Lingtian's friend? At this thought, his expression changed slightly. Elder Zhen. Just as Jinping Fan was about to ask again, Duan Lingtian also told him about Long Qingchong's death. Just before I ask you this, the Tianlong clan's clan leader, Long Qingchong, has just died. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Jinping Fan's pupils shrank slightly. How did he die? He forced his way into the Tianlong clan and killed Long Qingchong at the cost of injuries. Then, he fled far away. According to the judgment of the people from the Tianlong clan, the person who did this is most likely a middle-level God Emperor or above. Duan Lingtian said. When Duan Lingtian said this, Jinping Fan was silent for a moment before he asked, Are you suspecting that it was senior uncle Ping Sheng who did this? Duan Lingtian heard this but did not respond. On the other hand, Jinping Fan was frowning slightly. He regretted helping Duan Lingtian to ask this question. Was this not creating trouble for the people from his own sect? Even if Duan Lingtian did not want to avenge Long Qingchong, if Duan Lingtian knew about this, it would definitely affect his impression of the Chunyang school. He felt a headache coming on. As for Yuan Pingsheng's motive for killing Long Qingchong, there was definitely a reason. He, his father, and his senior uncle Yi had already suspected the relationship between Yang Qianye and Yuan Hanjin. Now, they were just one step closer to confirming their suspicions. Duan Lingtian. Jinping Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, I've asked around for you, and I've told you. However, I hope that from now on, you won't tell anyone. Jinping Fan's tone was serious. Duan Lingtian had known him for a long time, but this was the first time he had seen him so serious. Okay. Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. At the same time, he thought that if he told Yang Qianye about this, it would not be considered as breaking his promise to Jinping Fan. Jinping Fan did not expect that Duan Lingtian would tell Yang Qianye about this matter as soon as he knew about it. This was because, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian and Yang Qianye were not only not friends, but also enemies. When Du and Lingtian was still in the Tianlong clan, the people from the Million Demons sect, where Yang Qianye was previously, had been enemies with Du and Lingtian. Later, many people from the Million Demons sect died in the fight between the Tianlong clan and Du and Lingtian. Most of them were executed by the Tianlong clan. Among them were some of Yang Qianye's elders and 2 childhood friends who were as close as brothers. Seeing that Du and Lingtian had agreed, Zhen Pingfan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he told his father, Zhen Yunfeng, who was still waiting for the news. At the same time, he also told Yi Chenfeng about this through voice transmission. Yi Chenfeng's face instantly froze. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although Yuan Pingsheng was his senior brother. However, in his opinion, this kind of behavior was a little too much. Du and Lingtian did not know what happened on Zhen Pingfan's side. Now, Du and Lingtian turned his attention back to the field. At the moment, there were 2 figures fighting in the field. One of them was number 6, the Heaven's Pride of the Yuan clan of the Underworld Mansion, Tuo Xiu. As her figure moved, the cold wind raged and froze the void, constantly locking the space. Number 6 Lin Yuan stepped down and became the new number 5. Now that number 5 Shimon had fallen to number 7, it was her turn. After Tuo Xiu went on the field, she did not challenge Lin Yuan, who had just made it to number 5. It was unknown whether it was because she felt that Lin Yuan had just fought a battle and did not want to take advantage of her, or because she thought that Lin Yuan might refuse and had the right to refuse. After Tuo Xiu entered the field, she directly challenged number 4, Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu was previously challenged by number 10 Mo Chi-hong. The 2 were evenly matched, and it ended in a draw. Presently, some time had already passed since the battle between him and Mo Chi-hong, and he'd recovered his combat strength from his prime under the effects of various divine pills. Now, he and Tuo Xiu had exchanged 30 moves, and they were still evenly matched. In the eyes of Du and Lingtian and the others, whether it was him or Tuo Xiu, they had not shown their true strength. At the very least, Yuan Moyu had not shown the strength he had shown when he fought with Mo Chi-hong. Tuo Xiu was more or less the same. She was obviously holding back. These 2 want to test each other and then defeat each other with a thunderous blow? Du and Lingtian guessed their thoughts. This method was not bad. Although defeating each other with a thunderous blow would consume a lot of energy, it was easy to recover from and would not affect the subsequent performance. Chapter 40-56. Both of them know each other's intentions, and neither of them is careless. If this continues, do they really think they'll be able to find an opportunity? Du and Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. Both of them were still not confident enough. If only one of them was confident, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Of course, he knew confidence required strength to back it up. Confidence without strength would only be a joke in the end. As for who was stronger between Tuo Xiu and Yuan Moyu, Du and Lingtian didn't dare to say. After all, Yuan Moyu had only revealed his strength so far. However, Yuan Moyu still hadn't revealed the strength he'd revealed earlier. As for Tuo Xiu, she kept a low profile as well. Tuo Xiu is either not confident in the strength Yuan Moyu revealed earlier, or she suspects Yuan Moyu is still holding back and hasn't revealed his full strength. However, the battle between Yuan Moyu and Mo Chi-hong ended in a draw. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have concealed his strength, right? Of course, that might not be the case. After all, regardless of whether Yuan Moyu fought Mo Chi-hong to a draw or defeated Mo Chi-hong, the outcome would still be the same. That is, his ranking will not change. When he thought up to this point, Du and Lingtian wasn't sure if Yuan Moyu had concealed his strength earlier. Du and Lingtian withdrew his attention when he saw the stalemate between Tuo Xiu and Yuan Moyu. At the same time, he instinctively looked at the other 2 people. They were none other than Luo Yuan and Han Di, who were ranked ahead of Yuan Moyu. Han Di was ranked 2nd. Luo Yuan was ranked 3rd. However, Han Di had already admitted that he was no match for him and admitted defeat after exchanging blows with him with his full strength. Therefore, Han Di wasn't a threat to him. unless he lost to an opponent that even Han Di could defeat. In that case, Han Di would still have a chance to fight him again. And if that moment really came, Han Di definitely wouldn't miss the opportunity to challenge him again. Although he admitted defeat earlier, it was only because his explosive strength was stronger than his opponent's. If he lost to someone he'd already defeated, and coupled with the fact that his opponent's ranking in the top 3 was confirmed, his opponent would definitely disregard everything and attack here. How long are Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu going to fight for? In the blink of an eye, Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu had already exchanged over 100 blows. Moreover, from the looks of it, they had no intention of stopping. At this time, many people were getting impatient. Now, let's see who can hold on longer. Of course, there were also some people who were more patient. Their eyes were shining as they stared at the battlefield. Of course, this is under the condition that both sides are evenly matched. The two of them are so strong. Even if their strength is equal, I'm afraid that there will be a victor in this battle. It won't be a draw. Of course it's annoying. If the person who can't keep his composure is far stronger than the person who can keep his composure, he still has the confidence to fight to a draw or even defeat the other party. It depends on how strong they are. While the crowd was discussing, Duan Lingtian's attention also returned to the field, watching the fight between the two. At first, his expression was still somewhat calm. However, after 200 moves, his brows began to twitch. Yuan Moyu is finally unable to keep his cool. He did very well in the beginning. Why can't he remain calm now? It seems like it has something to do with the rumors that are being spread now. After 100 moves, Duan Lingtian heard some people mocking Yuan Moyu, saying that he was not as good as a woman. Of course, no one, including him, took these words to heart. If that was the case, Yuan Moyu was not the only one who was not as good as this woman named Tuoba Xiu. Those who were not in the top 10 or even the top 30 were not as good as this woman. Tuoba Xiu was the only woman left in the top 10 of the 7 Mansions feast. However, although the crowd did not care, Yuan Moyu, as the person involved, gradually became restless as time passed. It was unknown whether he was affected by these words or not. I even suspect that those words came from the underworld mansion. Although Tuoba Xiu is a member of the Yuan clan on the surface, she was cultivated by the 3 great god emperor level forces of the underworld mansion. Whether she can enter the top 3 or not is related to whether the underworld mansion will be able to obtain 3 quotas. Some of the Chunyang school disciples speculated. I also think that the underworld mansion is behind this. This time, if Tuoba Xiu does not enter the top 3 and only obtains 2 quotas in the top 10, the 3 great forces of the underworld mansion will not be able to split the quotas. Look at Yuan Moyu. Has he been fooled? The people from the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing must have warned him. Hearing the comments of the Chunyang school disciples, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked in the direction of the people from the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing. He could see that many of the senior members of the sect of Heaven's Roar were anxious. Obviously, they were anxious because they saw that Yuan Moyu was still restless. Someone must have warned him. That being said, Yuan Black Jade is still behaving like this even after being warned. Is his temperament really bad, or is he just pretending? Duan Lingtian guessed. He was more inclined to the latter because he felt that Yuan Moyu was definitely not someone who was easily angered since he had achieved so much at such a young age. It was impossible for him to lose his cool. Yuan Moyu snorted coldly, shaking the void. Then, he burst out and charged towards Tuoba Xiu. His body was full of blood qi, and it was obvious that he did not hold back. This level of attack is more or less the same as when Mo Chi Hong fought him. Could it be that his true strength is only limited to this? This scene made Duan Lingtian's heart skip a beat. The others were more direct. Yuan Moyu is not hiding his strength. Yes. It's the right choice to attack now and use his strongest attack. In other words, this should be his strongest attack. Tuoba Xiu knew that he had this strength. Now that he has attacked, I don't know if Tuoba Xiu can withstand it. I don't know. Maybe she can. I think so too. Otherwise, why would they be in such a stalemate? Moreover, If she really wanted to surprise Yuan Mo Yu and defeat him, she should have done so long ago. If she is weaker than Yuan Mo Yu, she should be feeling guilty. Yuan Mo Yu is so impatient, and Tuoba Xiu is obviously not weaker than him. Tuoba Xiu has a better chance of winning this battle. In any case, Yuan Mo Yu's sudden attack made the eyes of the impatient and anxious onlookers brighten. They knew the two people in front of them were finally going to fight for real. Tuoba Xiu narrowed her eyes in the face of Yuan Mo Yu's sudden attack. Cold qi filled the air as blood qi shot into the sky. Kai, 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 kai. A series of crisp sounds rang in the air. The entire void was sealed by the power of frost condensed by Tuoba Xiu's law of ice, including Yuan Mo Yu's attack. However, Yuan Mo Yu was not to be trifled with. He advanced triumphantly all the way. No matter how fast the ice solidified, it was still destroyed by him. The prominent divine artifact in his hand advanced through the ice like the dawn in the darkness, growing brighter and brighter. Break. Suddenly, in a situation that no one had expected, the usually taciturn Tuoba Xiu finally spat out this word. In an instant, the ice that had condensed in the void shattered like tempered glass. There were cracks everywhere, and the cracks were still spreading. Not only were they spreading outside, but they were also spreading inside. At the same time, an ice-cold swordlight shot out from where Tuoba Xiu was standing. At the same time, Tuoba Xiu disappeared from where she was standing. Whoosh! The cold sword light broke through the void. Although it was not very bright, Duan Lingtian's pupils could not help but shrink. The embryonic form of Sword Dao? This was because he realized that Tuoba Xiu had actually comprehended the embryonic form of Sword Dao. Now, the void-pierced stage elder of Chunyang School, Yi Chenfeng, was as surprised as Duan Lingtian. Yi Chenfeng's face was also filled with astonishment. In the next moment, the other god emperors also realized this one after another. Tuoba Xiu of the Underworld Mansion has actually grasped the embryonic form of Sword Dao? Is it good luck or is it true that he has high attainments in Sword Dao? While the experts were still in shock, Tuoba Xiu's sword had already clashed with Yuan Mo Yu's attack and gained the upper hand as soon as they clash. Just when most people thought that Yuan Mo Yu would be defeated by Tuoba Xiu, Yuan Mo Yu's attack suddenly surged. Yuan Mo Yu's offensive suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if he, who had used 70 to 80% of his strength, had suddenly erupted with 10% of his strength, which was also his full strength. In the next moment, boom, rumble. In the void above, deafening sounds of collision could be heard frequently. Yuan Mo Yu, who was originally at a disadvantage, suddenly unleashed his full strength and suppressed Tuoba Xiu instead. Yuan Mo Yu hid his strength. Oh my god! He's still hiding his strength at this moment. If he had used his full strength just now, he might have been able to suppress Tuoba Xiu directly, right? That was before. Before this, he naturally did not know that Tuoba Xiu was so strong. While the onlookers were shocked by the scene before them, Duan Lingtian's face was also filled with surprise. Was Yuan Mo Yu really hiding his strength? He had thought of this possibility before, but he felt that it was unlikely. However, he did not expect this possibility to appear. Damn it! He actually did not use his full strength when fighting with me. On the Morchi clan's side, Morchi Hong's face was very ugly. If Yuan Mo Yu had shown such strength earlier, even if he could hold on for a while in the beginning, he would definitely be defeated later on. However, he was now angry that Yuan Mo Yu had held back when fighting with him. However, he did not hold back when fighting with Tuoba Xiu. Was he looking down on him? At this moment, Morchi Hong seemed to have completely forgotten that he was only number 10 and ranked at the bottom of the top 10. Even if Yuan Mo Yu had defeated him, he would still be fourth. Since the outcome would be the same regardless of defeat or draw, why would he show his strength so much? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.